Chapter 81, Love Kills. Holy Land. It was just another sunny day in the Holy Land, as it rarely rained here. Like always, most clergymen were at work, students were studying, and some with free time were basking in the energizing light of the solis. But appearing out of the ordinary, one woman was swiftly packing toward the administration building. With red hair, blue eyes, and a face enough to heal dying men, she was definitely a beauty, but no hands could dare touch her, for she was a bright mother and, above all, mother of a very vengeful person. "You can do it, Xavia. If your son can do it, you can too. Yes, I should be mean as well, I should be bad, I am a bad lady." Xavia hurried into the castle-like tall building covered with white marble. It was undoubtedly awe-inspiring, but also a reminder of the authority it showcased. Xavia went to the reception and gave her identification to the attendant priest. "Xavia Maximilian, I was called for an interview." "Yes, your number is 5th. You will be called soon, sit there." She nodded and went to sit at the side nervously, rubbing her hands. The last time she felt this nervousness was back during her slavery days. But here, it was not nervousness due to fear but rather hope. "How does Max stay so calm at all times? I can't even control my heartbeat. Breath, Xavia, you can do it. You must not remain a liability to your son. You must get this promotion." She talked to herself in the head, trying to fool herself. But she was no soldier, rather someone who lived in dread for years, hurt and hunted. For most of her life, she lived in fear of her life, so the newfound dignity to hold her head high was something new. "Mother Xavia, you may enter now." She stiffly stood and walked like she was frozen, but she soon entered the interview room after fixing her golden gown and wimple. She looked around after entering and noticed the decorations. It seemed like a royal chamber or something, as the ceiling showed great carvings of gold with paintings of past popes and their various deeds. The large windows were uncovered, with red curtains on the sides. In the middle of the room was a long oak table, behind which sat 4 men, the Saint Wazir, his 3 assistants, and Great Mother Grace. "Take a seat, Mother Xavia." Saint Wazir guided her while looking at her intently, possibly seeing similarities with Sylvester's face. It may not be the hair or the eyes, but the facial structure was precisely the same. Great Mother Grace, the head of all Bright Mothers, spoke warmly, as she knew Xavia personally. "Bright Mother Xavia, you have been nominated by 80 Bright Mothers in Guild Peninsula for the position of Superintendent Healer of the Peninsula, so I wish you good luck." With that, the interview started. Saint Wazir was the one who made all the important appointments, so it was his duty to be the primary judge. "Mother Xavia, can you tell us what you did with the 500 gold graces you took from your bank?" "I helped a poor adventurer with no talent for being an adventurer. He was merely trying to gather money to send his magically talented son to the wizard school, but he was injured in a quest," Xavia replied kindly. Saint Wazir smiled hearing that. 500 graces was a lot of money, but it was indeed enough to send a kid to a wizarding school. But that brought another question. Xavia's salary was at most 7 gold graces. "Where did you get this much money?" Xavia felt a little embarrassed answering this question. "That, my son deposits money into my account every month so I may spend it on living a better life." Understandable, Priest Sylvester has completed many grueling quests in his time as a student. He must have a small fortune by now. But do you not use that money on yourself? "I do not need to, respected saint. I'm a bright mother and I must aid others. I work to heal others with no expectations. So I believe aiming for luxury can taint one's heart. From the faith of solis make our minds depart. I am happy with what I have. I am blessed." She replied just as she had planned after trying to imagine what Sylvester would have said. She had realized already that being too honest with the church was not good. To gain favorable grounds, one also needs to say favorable things. "Brilliantly answered, Mother Xavia. I'm sure he'd be proud of you if Priest Sylvester were here." Saint Wazir praised her, but the main question was left. "Okay, the last question is simple. Tell us why we should allow you to become superintendent and not one of the other 5. Be selfish. Be selfish." Xavia repeated the words of Sylvester in her mind again and again and thought of an answer. She knew the other 4 candidates and honestly believed they were better than her, but she knew she could not just let this opportunity go. "Because I know I can. With the name of Solis on my tongue, with his blessings, I am still very much young. Being a superintendent, one is expected to travel a lot and oversee challenging situations. All other candidates are aging and cannot spare as much energy as I can. At the same time, Guild Peninsula is the greatest earner of gold for the faith, which is essential to maintain our various facilities. So my focus would be to ensure the smooth functioning of the guilds in terms of healthcare, so they can keep donating their fair share." I remember the words of the 24th Pope, Braden Octavian Brooks, the builder. After he completed various of the important buildings of the church, he quoted, "Humanity without humility is like walls without foundation. Both bring instability, and I truly believe that the quote applies to all branches of the church." She answered masterfully, crafting her words as nicely as possible, sometimes even throwing in a few rhymes inspired by Sylvester. Saint Wazir took a long breath and rubbed his eyes. He sensed too many similarities between Xavia and Sylvester, especially now as she talked like him. But this was good for Xavia because Saint Wazir had the utmost confidence in Sylvester due to past meetings. "Mother Xavia, I must say you are the best candidate we've had this afternoon, but we must discuss it before making a decision. So please go out and wait for the announcement." Xavia saluted them church style and left silently. However, as soon as she was out of the room, she took a long breath, and her shoulder fell. The pressure she had forced to stay away from her was back. Why is it more nerve-wracking to wait for the results than the interview itself? She wondered and took a seat. She saw the other 4 women too. All of them were old, with one foot in the grave. "I did exactly as Max would do, confident, ruthless, and I hope he won't get angry for helping that adventurer." Midway through, her mind diverted to her worries. "I wonder where he is. I hope he's eating well. Maybe I should make honey banana pie for him. It will surely freshen him up." "Mother Xavia, please come in." The assistant priest's words suddenly pulled her out of her thoughts as the former called her in to hear the results with the other 4 bright mothers. "I hope I win, so I can shoulder Max's burdens." Sadly, she could never shoulder Sylvester's burdens, for they were too heavy for any mortal to hold. Chonky, sit on the saddle, not on my shoulder. You've gained weight, it seems." Sylvester complained as he rode his horse amidst the Inquisitor army from the Holy Land. Their small convoy was transporting Inquisitor General Joseph back to the Holy Land for his trial. Sylvester decided to tag along as it was time to return for him, but he was still the highest-ranking clergy as his appointment didn't end until he submitted the report to Saint Wazir. "Makesy, I'm Chonky Bank. I eat so much gold for you and you call me fat." Muraj pouted his chubby cheek. "Wait, you took something from the Count's castle." Muraj nodded and boasted, "I did." Sylvester felt elated but also annoyed. Black money was useless unless he could invest it somewhere. "What did you take?" Chonky Bank needs tax first." Sylvester grunted, took a banana from behind his chest plate and handed it to the greedy cat. Why did he have a banana on him? It didn't matter as long as the bank was happy. "Good boy," Muraj said and took his favorite food. "I did not find any gold, but I followed the bad fat man to his big room. There were many books, and I remembered you said knowledge is the greatest treasure, so I ate the books and the shiny showpieces." Can a count have books more useful than what's in the church's library? This might just be the best thing Chonky has done in years, he muttered. Satisfied, he gave another banana to the cat. "Here, I feel magnanimous today. Huzzah, huzzah! Muraj held the 2 bananas over his head like a weapon in the hand of an evil wizard. Calm down now and eat it secretly. He hid Muraj under his robes and looked forward at the walking inquisitors as they sang their hymns. It was very inspiring to hear, beautiful even. That is until you focus on the lyrics that talk about blood and gore. I hope those two return soon. Felix and Gabriel were sent forward by Sylvester so they could find a place to eat something good. He wished to celebrate the completion of his first mission silently by offering a nice meal to the soldiers. However, he could not show happiness as the hurt Bright Mother was traveling with him, at the front on a stagecoach with Sir Dalaran. Pa. What happened now? He frowned when the trumpets signaled the convoy to halt. He trotted his horse to the front of the long march that spanned a few hundred meters. They were heading to the river port between Yggdrasil School of Magic and Goldstown, but this stop would delay their journey. What happened? But he got no reply as he noticed a crowd at a distance in the front. Chunky, stay on the horse. He got off and walked to the crowd that seemed to have encircled something. Crows were circling in the sky, giving off an ominous air. A few inquisitors had also joined in, while Bishop Morris, Sir Dalaran, and the Bright Mother were at the front of the crowd. Did an accident happen? She was pregnant. That's what Sylvester heard as he reached the front. To his shock, the people had surrounded a big tree on the side of the road, and from it was hanging a man's body with a rope tied around the neck. At the same time, a woman's body was on the ground, likely the work of the people. The woman also had a rope around her neck, as her face appeared pale as snow, devoid of life yet full of expressions of anguish clear on her face. Your Eminence! Bishop Morris of the Holy Land saluted him and made the crowding locals move away to give way to Sylvester. The people noticed the special treatment and the title of Sylvester and understood he was a big shot. What happened? He inquired. However, before Sir Dalaran or Bishop Morris could speak, the people burst into angry shouts simultaneously. It was the damn Baron. Baron did this to them. You men of faith did nothing. It was hard to understand them, so Sylvester raised his right palm and sent a wave of light, instantly shutting them up in awe. He then turned to Sir Dalaran. What happened? The old knight sighed tiredly. People say these two were lovers and wished to marry, but the Baron invoked the right of the first night. The two were against it and decided to end themselves together. She was pregnant, the Bright Mother added emotionally. Sylvester looked at the people. Their anger made it clear that the Baron likely did it, but he was also a man of the law and had memorized everything. Article 401 clearly outlawed this practice 500 years ago. Then why? Bishop Morris shook his head in disappointment in response. Your Eminence, Lord made all men the same, but men made laws, and sadly, they're anything but a shame. Chapter 82, just saying. Sylvester sighed as he looked at the scene. He had heard about this practice in his world too, although it was historically dismissed as just a rumor and justification for the sexual crimes committed by nobles in the old days. But here, it seemed the thing was real. According to the right of the night, it allowed feudal lords to have sexual relations with subordinate women, in particular, on wedding nights of the women. This was likely some sort of a sick fetish or simple power-tripping of nobles, but it was a curse that left mental scars on poor innocents for the rest of their lives. Which Baron? He asked the people, showing not much reaction. Baron Frederick Bosch. He's the vile creature that infects this land. A man from the crowd shouted fairly strong words for their overlord. But now Sylvester was confused about what he should even do. He can't just take their word and kill a noble lord. That was an overreach of his authority, even if he was the Cardinal Suprema right now, a temporary one at that. We can at least give these two a proper funeral. He told Sir Dalaran. It was also important to burn the bodies according to the traditions to ensure they are not taken by a dark creature and turned into something vile. Sir Dalaran looked at Sylvester strangely. He expected Sylvester to jump into action, sing a hymn and talk about killing the Baron, but the latter appeared too silent. Sylvester noted the former's confusion. This thing is likely very common across the world, Sir Dalaran. Not just barons but viscounts, counts, dukes, and even kings probably indulge in such vile things. Unfortunately, it's human nature. Power corrupts, and these nobles have nobody watching over them because all are nearly the same. So how many will we punish? Sir Dalaran had to agree with this, as he had heard many such incidents in the past, and in none were the nobles punished. Sexual crime, unless done against a bright mother, was not seen as something severe in the world. It was usually left to the related parties. Then you won't do anything? The bright mother asked. Sylvester shrugged. My hands are tied. I cannot take the word of commoners against a lord without any proof. That's how things work. That's the law. And as Bishop Morris said, men are not equal. Let's cremate the bodies first at least. So they got to do just that. The local people brought all the necessary things, while the Inquisitor soldiers brought the wood to make a pyre. The two lovers would be burnt together, along with the baby that never got to be. Being the highest authority, Sylvester held the blessed book with the laws of light in it. It was his duty to perform the last rite, the least he could do. Under the light of Solis, we are here too. But suddenly, all voices and noises stopped as everyone turned their faces to look toward the road. Two horses appeared to be coming their way. The people did not recognize them, but Sylvester did. As the two horses stopped near him, he asked, "Where were you two, and who is this?" There was a man hogtied and placed on the horse's back safely. Felix smiled and slapped the tied man. When Gab and I arrived, we saw him trying to hide the woman's body, so we gave him a chase. So meet Sir Klaus, a retainer of Baron Frederick, and apparently Baron Frederick wanted to violate this woman on her wedding night for a practice lost in time. Sylvester looked at the man with suspicion. Do you have his identification? I do. This is his rank plate, and this is his noble seal. Felix handed Sylvester the two. Now, Sylvester had fair enough evidence since one of the retainers of the Baron was here, but just to be sure, he asked him again while scaring him in the name of Solis. Speak, sinner. What were you doing here, or quibble not if I pronounce you a heathen? Of course, being pronounced a heathen was as good as a death sentence for any noble, so the man sang like a cuckoo. The effect of Felix's earlier interrogation was also apparent. I didn't harm them, my. His Eminence, you stand before Cardinal Suprema, Bishop Morris barked, reminding the man to stay within limits and respect. Hearing Sylvester's rank, Sir Klaus started to shiver as he knew that Cardinal Suprema was akin to a king, sometimes having even more authority than the Duke of the Duchy. Baron asked me to get rid of the bodies so the matter can be put to rest. He was scared of an uprising. Sylvester nodded and thought about his next move. What should I do? If I don't do anything, will I be scrutinized? I am supposed to be God's favored after all. A baron, ha? Aren't there hundreds of nobles of this rank in the Gracia Kingdom alone? Maybe I should shoot the arrow from someone else's shoulder. At that, his eyes fell on the angry people of the nearby villages. An idea appeared in his head. I do have an angry mob. They just need the green light, but I can't be seen as an instigator. Scribe, come here and write an official letter addressed to Baron Frederick. Write as I say. It has come to my notice that you dared invoke the right of the first night on your people. A practice outlawed 500 years ago, a practice that harms the believers of the faith, the brethren and sistren. For the crime of breaking holy law, pushing two lovers to suicide, and then trying to hide it, I pronounce you and you alone excommunicated. Did you write all that? Put my name and rank on the bottom. I will stamp it. Sylvester used his wax seal, melted its front with a small fire from the finger, and plastered it on the document. Now, enclose it in an envelope and send it to the permanent Cardinal Suprema and the Duke. Soon, a running man in the ranks was called forward. Sylvester took out 5 gold graces from his pocket and handed them to the man. I know you're tired, so use this money on the way to rest, eat, and stay at the finest inns. Sir Dolorum, Felix, and Gabriel were confused about why Sylvester was doing all this, since his decision to excommunicate would easily get overturned once they reached the Holy Land. He's a temporary Cardinal Suprema, after all. Let's finish the cremation, he declared, and walked to the pyre once again. He spoke the prayers again, but this time there was something different in his words. They felt more meaningful in certain ways. O Lord, you see all, you punish all. The sinner is known and the crimes are already shown. May the sinner be excommunicated so the public justice could be served. Worry not, for we shall be careful to only punish the barren, while chanting your name in compassion. Must it happen immediately, for there exist men of authority who shall dare change their destiny. Lend me your power, O Lord, let the faith in you be restored. Amen. As he finished, an inquisitor knight came forward and put the pyre on fire. However, the people were dumbly staring at Sylvester, too scared to ask him or misinterpret him. Sylvester smelled the confusion too, so he looked at the crowd and winked. Then he turned around. Let's move on, Bishop Morris. I wish not to be late to the Holy Land. As for the Baron, I'm sure he will get what's in his fate, disease, lightning from the sky, or the ire of the fire. It won't be too late. I just hope it's only the Baron who gets punished and none else, or that shall be a sin as well. All smiles, Bishop Morris nodded. In his heart, respect for Sylvester increased manifolds. As you wish, Your Eminence. Inquisitors begin to march. Quickly, someone brought Sylvester's horse to the front and let him mount it. Slowly, the army prepared to move while the pyre was still burning. The crowd of nearly 300 people bowed their heads towards Sylvester in respect and adoration for his quickness to bring justice. But Sylvester warned them too, albeit in rhymes, since officially he never told them to do anything. There lurks evil, be it days bright or darkness of the night. To oppose evil is an eternal fight. When cornered, a weapon is your right. Love, adorations, and respect for the Lord. Be kind, and your appeals won't be ignored. But sin, and face consequences you can't afford. The trumpets of the march resounded then. Sylvester ended his words as he started moving. So long, people of the graced land. Tests of fate must you withstand. Sometimes punish the condemned with your own hand. Once his words ended, the inquisitors boomed in their own marching songs, full of blood, death, and the praise of the Lord. Indeed, the inquisitors were usually the assholes, and they didn't even try to act friendly, as apparent from the songs. But thankfully, Sylvester had status among them, akin to their mascot. A mascot that sings, shines, and slays, perfect in their adoring eyes. That was truly smart, Your Eminence, Bishop Morris said as he rode beside Sylvester. Sylvester was also impressed by the man and what he said about man making bad laws. Man made laws that are a shame, I agree, Bishop. But I right now hold the authority to make them tame, interpret them as per my wish. You are truly suitable to be the best politician the Holy Land has ever seen. I hope I see you achieve greatness before my demise, Your Eminence. How old are you? Sylvester inquired. I'm young, but in our professions, our age never determines our lifespan. We just hope to achieve whatever we can with what time we have. True, and with the disease, dark creatures, and war against the East, death is always around the corner. Sylvester thought and silently rode the rest of the way. By evening, they arrived at the destination, Hydeport, the port town from where they'd take a ship to Holy Land, as the Inquisitor army was big. For the night, they were to stay in the town, however. I wonder how the people at Goldstone are. Sylvester wondered with Sir Dalorum as he realized how close he was to that place. Last I heard, they found a new gold vein recently, so I'd say they are doing great. They walked to the local tavern to get something nice to eat. It was supposed to be a high-class tavern, so at least they could have peace of mind. Felix, Gabriel, and Bishop Morris were there too, while the bright mother was asleep. "Why are there so many orphans around here?" Sylvester asked as he noticed young kids walking around or sitting on the sides of roads, asking for money from the passer-by. "Refugees, I believe. Riveria is the richest of all kingdoms, but they have a policy of throwing away their problems to others, so despite being criticized, they care not," Bishop Morris explained. Sylvester pitied the kids. They were too young to work and too old to be taken in by a family. "Hey, kid." He tossed a silver crown at one of the young kids, about 10 years old, as he walked. However, the kid suddenly rushed to him, face full of excitement and arms held out. "Lord Bard, you're Lord Bard, right? I want to." Whoosh. Thud. Ah. The boy, however, cried in pain all of a sudden as the bard's spear pierced through his chest and impaled him. He fell back and gagged in his blood, dying. Chapter 83. What If? Sylvester did not randomly pick the boy to give money to. Instead, he looked for the one who looked the most vulnerable and hurt. So when he saw one boy with a patched tunic and pants, he felt some pity. "Lord Bard, you're Lord Bard, right? I want to." "What the fuck is this?" Sylvester did not curse much, but at that moment he felt a sudden rush of smell in his nose and mouth that curses came out themselves. "Why am I feeling such a strong odor of death? It's like that cave years ago." Bitterness, so much so that it could affect one's mind and suffocate. Sylvester was alarmed. Just then he noticed the kid running toward him. Hands protruded out as if wanting to hug, but they didn't appear to be spread wide enough to embrace a man of Sylvester's stature. It was strange to do to a stranger, whether a kid or not. That alerted Sylvester to the extreme, and he prepared to react at a moment's notice as he clenched the spear of infinity on his back. He did exactly that when the smell of death increased the closer the kid got to him. It's him, right? But he still could not bring himself to simply kill the kid, seeing the boy was young, maybe 10 at most. He wondered how a little boy could be deadly to him. What was the boy hiding, or was he some sort of a midget wizard? However, soon the odor of death reached the same level as it did back in that cave years ago when he encountered the bloodling. This meant that he would die if he didn't do something, no questions asked. Fuck, he instinctively thrust the spear to kill. Suddenly, Sylvester's hand was seen taking his spear and plunging it into the boy's chest, killing him instantly. "What the max? What was that?" Felix responded quickly and rushed to check on the boy drowning in blood, but it was clear that he was dead, for none could survive such a strike. "Stay back," Sylvester warned loudly, however. What's going on?" Gabriel questioned, knowing Sylvester never does things for no reason. For that, only one answer was enough: assassins. Using the tip of his spear, Sylvester cut the dead boy's sleeves. As he suspected, both wrists had hidden daggers so that they could be taken out with a snap. What was amusing was the fact that the edges of the two blades seemed pitch black. Sir Dalorum frowned and knelt beside the dead boy but didn't dare touch the blade. "This seems like poison, not any poison but—" "Moonshade, a mere scratch can kill a dragon," Bishop Morris completed. A small crowd started to gather at the scene of the killing. The town's guards also arrived soon, whistling with their wooden instruments to call for backup. But they stopped once they saw the bishop's mitre on Bishop Morris' head. Why would someone wish to kill Max? Gabriel wondered as the four glanced at Sylvester's face, not worried about the guards or the people. Sylvester was thinking about it too. He knew that there were dozens of mercenary and assassin organizations around the world, and some of them used kids. But why would anyone wish to kill him? He had spent most of his life in the Holy Land and did not have many enemies. I don't know, but if they can get moonshade poison, then I believe I've offended someone wealthy and powerful, Sylvester muttered loudly. I need to inform Saint Wazir about this. An attempt on my life is a sin, after all. Bishop Morris nodded and looked at the guards who had just arrived. Don't just stand there. This boy tried to kill Cardinal Suprema just now. Pick the body and bring it with me. I must send it to Holy Land for examination. The body would be checked thoroughly in the Holy Land to determine which assassin organization sent him, and hopefully, the church can pressurize them to reveal who hired them. Sylvester, however, proceeded to what was planned and entered the tavern with the rest, but his mind worked overtime to try and think who could be this wealthy enemy. He could only think of a few names. None of them was good news for his young life. 16 was still too early to die, as he had not yet achieved the highest peak of his strength. He had already scrapped the idea of finding eternal peace by buying land somewhere quiet. But if even kids were going to come after him as assassins, he wondered how he was even going to do his job. Don't worry, Max. I will ask my father to investigate too. He has many friends across the Saul. Felix tried to cheer his friend up, forgetting that he had already revealed he didn't get along with his father. Moments like these were when Sylvester felt the rule of not drinking was infuriating. He just killed a child, and it scared him that he didn't feel even an ounce of pity. In fact, he had already put it in the back of his mind as if it was just another day. Anyway, are all these kids from Riveria? Isn't this too much? Why is Riveria not stopped from destroying the economy of another town? Gabriel asked to change the topic. Sir Dalaram responded with a sunken heart. It's not just Riveria. Bishop Morris informed me about the happenings around the realm. Recently, the Grand Duke of the Patch ascended to the rank of Grand Wizard. With this, he has the support of 2 more Grand Wizards. The first thing the Grand Duke did after ascending was to head across the Barrier Mountain Range and change the flow of the Snake River, which destroyed a tributary river that went into the Sorrow Kingdom. For those who don't know, the Sorrow Kingdom was not called by this name a few decades ago. It was called the Blackheart Kingdom. There was no Grand Duchy of the Patch either. The whole southernmost area east of the Divine Desert was one nation. But then the mutiny ensued, and sons fought for what their fathers built. The Grand Duke of the Patch and the King of Sorrow Kingdom are brothers from different mothers. The church initially tried to keep things in control and stop the war, but then the King of Sorrowland, Fire Sore Blackheart, was betrayed by his top 2 commanders, the 2 Grand Wizards. The Grand Duke took all the good, fertile land of the Patch, and even the only 2 Grand Wizards in the kingdom. This left the Sorrow Kingdom weak, poor, and hungry. It's truly a tragic tale, even worse as the Patch has redirected the only river that flowed into the Sorrow Kingdom. I believe the kingdom will starve to death, or be conquered by desert cannibals if not by Grand Duke. And because of all this, refugees from the Sorrow Kingdom are spreading everywhere. Sylvester had read about things but had never heard such stories. No book tells how many powerhouses a nation has. The Patch has 3 Grand Wizards. This means. How strong are other kingdoms? Sir Dalaram lowered his voice while replying. The Garcia Kingdom has 3 Grand Wizards, but it's suspected they have a Supreme Wizard in hiding too. However, only the Holy Father knows if that's true. As for Riveria, it's the strongest kingdom right now. Grown because of its extremely fertile soil and thriving industry. It has 4 Grand Wizards. Could Romel's father be behind the assassin? The suspicion surfaced in Sylvester's mind. Sir Dalaram continued after taking a sip of milk. Further down, the Sorrow Kingdom has only 1 Grand Wizard, the king himself. Therefore, they are extremely vulnerable at this stage and are likely to be defeated by the Grand Duke. What about the kingdoms on the other side? Sylvester asked, as he was always fascinated about the world on the other side of the Divine Desert. Well, the Masan Empire likely has dozens of grand wizards and likely one or two supreme wizards, but despite being called an empire, it's in the weakest condition right now. The emperor is unable to control his magistrates that govern kingdom-sized areas. So, albeit having so many powerhouses, they are weak. In fact, their greatest enemy is not in the east but to their south. The Warsong Kingdom has war in its name for a reason. Since its inception, Warsong has fought against Masan and kept it at bay. Due to that, the whole society of Warsong is based on strength. It is, however, unknown how many powerhouses they have. As for the two more continents in the south, we don't need to think about them. Felix laughed at the mention of the two continents. They are a joke. The Sand Continent alone has more kingdoms than the whole Sol continent combined. Some are even as small as cities. There are some kingdoms inside kingdoms. There is a saying about that place. If one were to throw a stone in the air randomly, it would most likely hit a noble or some prince. It's madness over there. That's why it's called the Sand Continent, as nobles are like grains of sand there. To Sylvester, it honestly felt intriguing because that place, even with so many kingdoms cramped in one place, the continent had no wars. How? And the central continent is always at war to get the sole tree in the middle in their possession, Gabriel added. This one interested Sylvester more because he remembered the visions he had gotten at the sole tree in the Holy Land. Are those visions related to this tree? Is that girl child from the central continent? I'm going to sleep. Felix yawned and got up suddenly. Wait, what about the Highland Kingdom? I was born there. Sylvester exclaimed as he remembered the name. Sir Dalaram chuckled for some reason. I kept it for the last. The Highland Kingdom is poor and small, and the king is a good man. The king and, surprisingly, his wife are both grand wizards. They are called the power couple across the world for this. His Eminence was also born in the Highland Kingdom, and the king was devastated when he learned what happened to your mother in Desert Village. Sylvester appreciated this little fact. I would love to meet him someday then. And he'd love to meet you too. I remember he once tried to send a letter to the Holy Father, requesting so you may be allowed to be adopted by him and his wife. Sir Dalaram revealed. What? Chapter 84, Real Homies. At that moment, Sylvester felt like gutting himself and just dying right there. I could have been a prince. What madness is this? Why am I slaving myself for the church? His hate for the church increased manifolds in an instant. He could have been a rich fat lord at this stage. But no, here he was, singing like a Disney princess, but instead of birds and animals, religious fanatics get attracted. And what did the Holy Father say? He inquired. Sir Dalaram shrugged. That, I don't know. This matter only came once when I was in a planning meeting with the Lord Inquisitor. Most likely, the king was turned down, as you are far more valuable to the faith than a minor kingdom in Saul. Sylvester sighed tiredly. This revelation just ruined his mood for the night. Though he quickly came to terms with his fate, it was just a lost opportunity. If he left the church now, he'd be killed because he could one day be as strong as the Pope, and all these years, Sylvester had learned that the church was ready to do anything to maintain its hegemony. I shall go and sleep too then. Good evening, Sir Dalaram and Gab. He picked up the sleeping Muraj from the corner of the table and left. The tavern was also empty now, and the twin moons were shining bright. However, that night, he wondered as he lay down on the bed. I hope those villagers did something to that baron. What? On the same night, they did a lot to that baron. Baron Frederick was a thin man with dark circles under his baggy eyes. He was balding even though he was merely 30. Surely his pure blood was at work. Having inherited the land and peerage from his late father, he did everything he could to ruin what all his forefathers worked hard to attain. He squandered all his money on fine drinks, food, and women. But that didn't satisfy him as he soon realized his control over others' lives. Being a sick-minded man, He aimed to cause mental anguish to others, especially those marrying. But every time he did it, no one objected. That bolstered his arrogance. Finally, today was the day, the straw that broke the camel's back. Come out, Baron. Come and die. Pay for your sins. Bam! When Baron was busy with one of his servants in bed, one of his victims, he jumped to his feet and ran to look outside from the window. Initially, he was angry, but soon his face paled as his noble keep seemed to have been surrounded by thousands upon thousands of people, each with torches and pike in hand. What in the God's name is happening? He was still enraged and wore his clothes before running off to find the guards. However, as soon as he arrived downstairs, he noticed that the gates of the keep were open, and the moat bridge was already down. No guards were around. "Guards," he shouted in panic. "Kill him for the glory of God." To Baron's shock, the people had already entered the keep and were looking for him, and by shouting, he attracted them. "Stay back, do you have any idea what you're doing? This will get you death," Baron threatened. But just then, a dozen more men and women entered, then 100. Slowly, the hall of his keep was full while he stood in the middle. "Please let me go," he cried finally, understanding the gravity of the situation. However, the people had run out of tolerance. As Cardinal Suprema had said, sometimes to condemn, one must use his own hand. My daughter cried the same way that night. One man with bloodshot eyes moved forward and thrust the pike in his hand into the Baron's belly. "My wife still has nightmares." Finally, another man came and stabbed a dagger into the Baron's shoulder. Then a woman came forward and smacked the fire torch in Baron's face. "To show you mercy is heresy." The Baron rolled on the floor in searing pain. However, before he could realize it, countless stabs and kicks showered him like rain. The night was dark, but the light of justice fell bright. The demise of the Baron was worth 1,000 delights. Justice was served, and one face shall forever be etched in the minds of all: blonde hair, golden eyes, and a voice that make anyone fall. The group spent the next few days on board a ship. It was uneventful and tedious. Not even pirates could attack them since they were merely traveling in a river. So Sylvester, Felix, and Gabriel just sat at the edge of the deck, talking, drinking what Sylvester had termed carbonated water, and playing a card game called The High Kingdom. "Hee, I got you too now." Gabriel smugly giggled and put down his next card. A card with the image of a warship with 10 magic guns. Sylvester scowled. You got me. Go ahead, plunder me." Gabriel happily took the remaining cards from Sylvester's hand, while discarding the current ongoing stack on the table. "Felix, you can surrender and keep your cards or keep fighting," Gabriel suggested. Felix knew he was going to lose, but he didn't quit. "Go ahead, show me what you got." All right then, try countering this." Bam! Gabriel slapped one that had the image of a man. "Foo, you got the Pope. There is no counter." Felix sighed and gave away his cards as well. Finally, both Sylvester and Felix had to take out a gold grace and give it to Gabriel. "All right, I need to go and prepare my initial report. See you later." Sylvester got up and went to the ship's secondary captain's room, which was usually for important guests, which he was. Boom! Boom! Sylvester was suddenly woken up from the loud bangs, as if thunder was striking somewhere. He quickly donned his robes and picked up the spear. As soon as he rushed to the ship's deck, he was greeted by a sunny sky, while the sailors and the inquisitors were huddled on one side of the ship, looking at the Holy Land's deep water port. "What's going on?" he asked Bishop Morris. Good afternoon, Your Eminence. Those are the new magic cannon our C9 workshop produced. Looks like they are testing it. Isn't it marvelous? To reach 300 meters with such a destructive energy projectile." Sylvester watched as the ship slowly moved to dock itself, and the thundering bangs of the cannon testing continued. This was the first time he saw the weapon scientists. Probably preparing for the Holy War, it seems. Well, I shall say all the best. Better weapons mean I might survive longer, he thought to himself. Pat. Felix appeared and slapped Sylvester's back. Max, let's meet this evening. Sir Dalarum told me about a specially reserved bathhouse for Sanctum inspectors. It's supposed to be really luxurious since all Sanctum inspectors were supposed to be bishops. Moreover, it's supposed to have medicinal water. Sylvester stretched his arms and cracked his neck. Yeah, I can use a good bath at this point. Let's meet later then. I will go ahead and submit the report first. Soon the ship laid down the stairs and started unloading. Sylvester took his horse from the lower deck and moved out first, as he had no idea about report submission. Max. However, as he stepped onto the Holy Land, he heard Xavia's longing call. She appeared not far away, waving at him excitedly and showing the usual cheerful smile. She's grown thin again. I guess she'll need another lecture later. He sighed and walked to her. Xavia hugged him quickly the first thing and kissed his forehead, making Murrej jealous. I missed you, Max. Sylvester looked left and right and noticed the smug gazes of inquisitors. Mum, I told you not to kiss my head in public. Hugging is enough. She didn't listen, however, as she had something great to share. Max, I got promoted. I gave an interview and became the superintendent healer of Guild Peninsula. You what? Really? He was shocked, to say the least. In his eyes, Xavia was an unambitious woman who'd rather live in fear than do something to overpower it. But this went against her usual behavior. She nodded firmly. Yes, I even got a raise. Now I make 20 gold graces a month. Hee, are you proud of your mum now? He truly was. Watching her progress was like seeing your student finally achieve greatness. So instinctively, his old man's heart took over and he ended up patting her head. Good, very good. Embarrassed, he stopped and started walking away. Let's celebrate your promotion with a nice dinner then. She walked beside him while caressing his horse, who was still nameless. I had the same thing in mind. Invite your friends too. I will make a big meal. It's decided then. But first, I need to submit the report to the administration office. I will see you in the evening then. By the way, add some honey to a few dishes. She giggled and left to prepare dinner quickly. Sylvester soon reached the administration office and handed over the initial one-page report and the short staff of Cardinal Suprema. So long, little one. You gave me so much power. One day I shall have you back. He hated parting ways with his temporary rank, but it at least gave him a taste of what the high authority would feel like. Sign here, priest. The head secretary of Saint Wazir spoke. The man was a simple high-ranking staffer. The title of secretary was just a namesake. Sylvester quickly dealt with all the formalities and felt relieved. I will submit the final in-depth report by tomorrow evening. By the way, when shall I get the next assignment? No need to hurry, Priest Sylvester. Usually, it can take a week to a month for reassignment. Saint Wazir chairs a meeting for it every 2 days, so you will have to wait. So long, well, I can train in the meantime. Thank you. He left the administration building and headed to the nearby bathhouse. It was close to the administration building as it was reserved for Sanctum inspectors. It shared the same white marble architecture but had a chimney spewing steam. Finally, some good rest. He stretched and entered the premises. There was room to place his clothes and weapons. He was okay with keeping clothes away, but always kept the Spear of Infinity in Muraj's belly. In the end, he only had a towel covering his manhood, as he proceeded towards the enclosed bathroom with a large hot water pool. But at the door of the bathing room he found Sir Dalarum, equally naked, holding the door's knob but not opening. What happened, Sir Dalarum? Let's go, Sylvester gulped his words once the old knight started back, eyes widened and furrowed brows. Lord Bard, often, above petty thinking, Brotherly bonds transcends, so we should give privacy to our friends. What? Let's go. I'm tired. Gab and Felix must be waiting inside. Sylvester went ahead and held the doorknob this time. However, before he turned it, some words from inside hit his ears that made him forget all his rhymes. Ah, Gab, don't worry, it won't bite you, just touch it. Felix, how does it stay this long? How does it fit in? Hee, with time you will learn it too, Gab. Let me show you by pushing it. It won't fit. Just trust me, brother, it will. I've been doing it since I was 6. Sylvester felt his face going numb and his eyes widen in shock. He was speechless and breathless, as if blood had left his head. For some reason, the world seemed to lack all the color, but he kept his heart strong, for he was a modern man. Ha, they must be joking, right, Sir Dalorum? Bam! Suddenly something hit the door. Fuck! A curse left Sylvester's mouth. Indeed, Sir Dalorum nodded, equally shaken. Chapter 85, Pope is angry. Sir Dalorum, isn't this accepted in the faith? It is, Lord Bard, among men that is. Then this is fine, right? Right. Let's go in and take a bath. Sylvester took a leap of faith and turned the doorknob, while Chunky was caught tight in his other arm, stopping the cat from running away from the bath. He made as much sound as he could and entered. I'm coming in, buddies. Ah, Max, look at this. I can slide it in just like Felix. Gabriel excitedly turned to Sylvester. At first, Sylvester wished to look away, but then he noticed that the scenes were different from what he had expected. Gabriel merely had Felix's longsword with him, in its equally long scabbard. What were you two doing? Sylvester asked. Felix scoffed. Gab, this fool thinks a long sword cannot be practically put on the back and be easily taken out from the scabbard. I was just showing him how to do it. Sylvester and Sir Dalorum looked at each other's faces and decided not to speak anything about what their minds thought not long ago. I need a bath. You two play all you want. Sylvester silently went to soak in the hot pool. Murrej tried to fight but soon surrendered when the water touched him. What followed was a nice washy wash. Murrej got his fur cleaned, his chubby cheeks massaged, and had a king-like experience. The furry boy liked it in one way but also hated it in another. What did they say about the mission? Where are we going next? Felix asked. Sylvester relaxed in the hot medicinal water with his eyes closed. It's going to take from a week to a month before the next task. Also, I need you three to be at my home tonight. For starters, my mum is cooking to celebrate her promotion, and I will need you three while writing the completion report. Gabriel felt his stomach growl. Finally, some tasty food. Can I bring my sister? I don't think you need to ask. Mum will bring her on her own. Sylvester shrugged. At that, Felix suddenly had some sort of divine enlightenment and asked Sir Dalorum, Sir, you are not a clergy but a soldier, right? True, I don't have a clergy rank like you three. Even you, Priest Felix, won't be called Felix if you denounce your clergy rank. Sir Dalorum replied. Felix had some other questions, however. Then, why don't you get married again, find a nice wife and make a family? I saw so many pretty ladies secretly eyeing you like fish for a cat. You even got a nice wedding singer at this stage. I like bananas, Murrej whispered. Sir Dalorum shook his head and sighed. Most would do the same, but I can't. The memories of my wife and son. I can't betray them by having a union with some other woman. For now, the faith and my duties are my love and life. Sylvester nodded. I can understand, pal. I haven't forgotten either. Felix seemed disappointed. That's bad. My aunt would have been amazing with you. She's looking for a handsome, strong man who shall sing the name of Solis in the day and hers at night. Sadly, it seems she will have to do with her hand. What about you, Gab? Are you into QILS? What's QILS? Gabriel innocently asked back. He was, after all, a true man of faith. All beautiful women are queen in my eyes, so QILS is queens I'd like to shag. O Lord, have mercy on my soul, cleanse my ears and grant this man some holy tears. Gabriel just started praying. It was no secret that Felix didn't want to be a clergyman. He was merely spending time before he finally broke his virginity. Then he'd just be a knight. Young people. Sylvester shook his head in disappointment and dozed off for a few minutes. This calm was always much appreciated, more so after living days so conflicted. I should visit that soul tree again to relax later. Soon the evening came, and Sylvester found himself eating dinner with his mother and friends. The food was excellent as always, and honey was appreciated in a few dishes. However, the three friends did feel a lack of one person. Sir Dolorum, you said you can find out where Marcus is. Can you still do that? Sylvester requested. I can try, but if it's something too high level, then I'm afraid you will have to ask Lord Inquisitor himself. As I said before, most likely, he was taken by some spy department. That is why I am unsure if I can find his location. Sylvester didn't like it. He had tutored the three boys to be his loyal aides. Now losing one left a bad taste. It was as if you trained for a competition the whole time and someone else took the prize. More, Gabriel's sister, Raven, was helping Xavia, so she came to Sylvester's side and offered to put more chicken on his plate. He nodded as he looked at the girl's expressions. He looked for any hint of betrayal from her, any doubts or even fears. Should I tell Mum to keep a better eye? He silently ate his meal in the following minutes. Then he moved to his own room with the rest and started writing a report. I need you to tell me anything and everything that you did while I was not near you. I have already written all the parts where I was present. So all of them started to narrate their part of the stories. Nothing was kept hidden in the report. Every person they met, what they ate, where they slept, who they killed. Even Sylvester's hymns were in the report, as he didn't want anything to come and bite him in the back later. Especially the part where he incited a mob to kill the Baron. Of course, no one could prove he did such a thing. Sylvester didn't remove the part where he let the Beastkin family go either, as that was likely to earn him more praise than condemnation. The one group of heathens the church was mostly soft with was Beastkins. This was because the Beastkins were not that religious towards their own religions. Meanwhile, elves were hated the most for their strong beliefs, famous for never breaking. Heck, even the elf slaves in Saul never accept the faith of Solis and keep praying to their god. Just another reason why Sylvester felt uncomfortable in the Holy Land. But now he was at a point where he was in danger everywhere, inside and outside too. At last, just a few hours before the sun graced the lands with its warmth, Sylvester finished the report and went to sleep. In the morning, he'd sign it and be on his way. Unfortunately, the four had to stay up until late at night to write the whole report. The next day, Sanctum Council Chambers. The meeting of the Pope with his highest subordinates was in session. The Pope was reading about various vital matters related to the faith and world politics. Saint Cyr, I need your ears in the Sorrow Kingdom and the Patch. If there is going to be a war, I'd rather support the Sorrow Kingdom, for they have not once betrayed us. While the Grand Duke dared destroy monasteries in the Civil War, he has no respect for Solis and must not be allowed to grow, as every inch of land he gains will bolster his ego. Saint Cyr, the chief spy master, noted everything down. His job was simple. It was to be the neighborhood auntie's best version with ears everywhere. It will be done, Your Holiness. The Pope turned the page in his booklet and got to the next task. I've heard some daunting news about the rise of bloodlings. Lord Inquisitor, what are you doing about this? There have been 1,800 confirmed cases of bloodlings appearing, Your Holiness. We have been able to kill 1,000 of them as they were weak ones. But as we doubted, the places that saw the most bloodshed in the 1,000 years of war are spawning the strongest bloodlings. Worry not, however, our light shall win forever. The tall man replied, now healed from his past wounds. But the Pope was not satisfied. Men, we are supposed to be the most enlightened in the world, yet we cannot find a solution to this curse. We must do something before it gets worse. Whatever this dark energy causing bloodlings to spawn is, it needs to disperse. Get to it, find experts and make plans. Ask the clergy. We don't lack smart men. Then, at last, the Pope saw the summary of the detailed report Sylvester had submitted that morning. Coming to the next part, Saint Wazir has pointed out something extremely worrisome about God's favored Sylvester. Inquisitor High Lord's eyes shined behind the visor. Someone dared try assassinating the blessed child. I say, simply burning as a punishment is rather mild. Indeed, for this I have tasked Saint Cyr to look into it. But there is something else that worries me. You all read it. A man, an adventurer named Jax, is mentioned. A man who helped God's favored for he didn't like bright mothers being hurt. He was described as someone with blonde hair, golden eyes, and an old, bearded face. We all know who loves to appear in this disguise. The Pope stopped as he glanced at everyone. When others looked back at him in shock, he nodded. Julius Aurelius Alexander, head of the Order of Antilite, the man who nearly killed Lord Inquisitor. Jax is an abbreviation for his name. It was something that shook the grounds below their feet. Inquisitor High Lord especially was enraged hearing the name, for he was bedridden for weeks due to him. He dared. But at that moment Saint Scepter, the man who rarely spoke, added, "He seems to be testing the gods favored for what we do not know." "I know," the Pope started. "Every man who looks in darkness also tries to see what's beyond it. He most likely knows his Antilite will only bring chaos, so he wished to test the future of the faith, and I hope priest Sylvester passes." Saint Wazir started just then. "By that, Your Holiness, I have received complaints from the Cardinal Sanctum of Duchy of Ironstone. He is enraged that God's favored had his equal authority and even excommunicated a baron, resulting in his eventual demise." The Pope's face turned into an angry scowl all of a sudden. "Wazir, I am disappointed. Do you not remember why people respect us? Do you not know why they pray to Solis? That's because it brings them solace. How will they do so when their own overlords vie to exploit them?" Saint Wazir lowered his head. This was his second warning in past years, and the third would mean he had failed in his duty, knowingly or unknowingly. "Forgive me, Holy Father." The Pope boomed, yet his voice didn't rise too high. "We are the holy men. It's our duty to check every wolf's den, and when they get sick in their mind or body, we ensure they don't indulge in some twisted hobby. What priest Sylvester did was grace upon that land, while the appointed Cardinal Suprema didn't even take a stand. And now he dares speak. Heathen, hypocrite, headless, that's how I wish to see him. He sat in his comfortable keep while the people suffer and weep." The Pope stood up all of a sudden and closed the books. He was done with the meeting. "I suppose you know what you must do, Wazir." Saint Wazir bowed his head, disappointed with himself. "I shall look for a replacement cardinal, Your Holiness." Chapter 86, A Big Request. Sylvester finally had some free time for himself. After months of hard work, he returned to one of his pet projects, making a violin. He didn't want to start some musical revolution or such. He merely wished to once again do what he loved once and feel calm through the music. Of course, it can help with his hymns as well. He was called the Bard after all. However, he was stuck as he wished to find the best wood for it. He had already designed it and tested it with regular wood over the years, and it took him a long time to refine the design to perfection. Why did it take him so long? The reason was a change in atmosphere. Although the planet's gravity was nearly the same as Earth's, the air was different since it was filled with solarium. In different conditions, the strings of a violin could produce different sounds, so he had to tweak things slowly to reach perfection. And now, he was finally going to find some wood, and his eyes were set on one tree that no one could even usually touch, the Soul Tree. I hope you finish soon. I loved listening to your test violins. Xavier chirped. She was still at home today as she wished to spend some time with her son. Although Sylvester was busy, he told her they'd go out once he returned. Good or not, he hoped to take care of her and see if he could teach her some better fighting magic while advancing his own. You were not really helpful. No matter what I played, you loved it, Sylvester complained while eating breakfast. Xavier embarrassingly chuckled. I was not lying to my ears, it all sounded great. By the way, Max, how did you come up with this idea? And that time you also showed me carbon water. When do you research all this? I'm afraid, even if I told you, you'd not believe it. It's carbonated water, and it's simple to do as long as you understand basic natural alchemy. As for this musical instrument, I merely wished for something soothing to accompany my hymns, so I spent years working. I'm not the genius you think I am, Mother. It's just your parents' bias speaking. She didn't buy his argument, however. No, it's not biased. My son is just too good, I know it. Sylvester sighed as he stood up to wash his dishes and then leave. I will be going to the Seoul Peninsula for the afternoon. Don't cook anything for the evening. We will go to the Guild Peninsula and eat there. She chirped in agreement. Understood, Priest Sylvester. Sylvester picked sleeping Chonky from his room, put him on his shoulder and left. This boy, he's still sleeping on my shoulder. He went to the nearest port and caught a ferry to the Seoul Peninsula. As for permissions, all he had to do was request it with his old religious teaching mentor, Archbishop Noah. Since the man already believed Sylvester was the one true God's favored, there was nothing off the table from him. Soon, he landed on the peninsula, showed his documents, and walked into the enclosed region. He didn't go to the tree at first. Instead, he looked for the hut of the old man, Grandpa Monk, the fifth guardian of light. There it is. He noticed that some weeds had overgrown near the old man's thatched-roofed hut, and not only that. Now there was a big black bear sitting at the door, guarding it. Sylvester was not afraid of it, though, so he proceeded as planned. Grandpa Monk, are you still there? He called out the name, even though he knew the man was inside as the hut's chimney was spewing smoke. In a few seconds the door creaked open, revealing the old bald man with the same long mustache and beard as the last time. He even appeared delighted to see Sylvester. Good timing, young one. Come, I made some tea. Sylvester walked in by skipping over the bear. Chonky, however, decided to stay behind and mess with the poor animal. He started slapping the bear awake, only to have him end up confused. Where did you find him? Sylvester inquired. Grandpa Monk rubbed his beard solemnly as he poured tea into cups. I found the poor boy in the forest. He was sleeping, and I stumbled across him while looking for some herbs. He's a good lad, didn't attack me, and followed me back home to ensure I was safe. Why am I not shocked? Sylvester thought. Why were you looking for herbs? Do you need something? I can get it for you from the market, he offered. Biwahaha, I am fine, son. My old bones still need some exercise from time to time, and picking herbs is the best activity. I not only get to see nature but concoct potions. Do you want a potion? I have many that are useless to me, like that aphrodisiac. Sylvester narrowed his gaze and looked at the man before jokingly asking, Old man, are you thinking of finally leaving the clergy and exploring the lustful world as a knight? Grandpa Monk's face turned serious all of a sudden as if offended. He glared at Sylvester for a whole minute, but then suddenly burst into uncontrolled laughter. Biwahaha, don't make this old man laugh so much now, child. My bones will break apart. I am a man belonging to the Soulies. Indulging in the flesh is the work of you youngsters now. Sylvester shrugged. I don't have any interest in such things. I just want to live in peace, see the world in peace, and make people happy with my hymns. I hope that's not too much to ask. I'm afraid that is, son. In this world one can have anything they want, love, lust, war, or some other sick fetish. but not peace. Because you see, this world has a grave disease of short-sightedness. People now live in the moment without thinking about the consequences of their actions that may come tomorrow, and that is making our world hollow. Sylvester agreed with that evaluation. True indeed. All the sinner lords I've met recently turned corrupt because they didn't think of long-term consequences. I heard about your recent work. Good job, son. The Bright Mothers deserve our protection even if it costs us our lives, because if we can't even protect them, how can we boast about keeping the peace across the world? Grandpa Monk finished his cup of tea and tapped his staff on the floor, making the teacups fly away to the side table. Well, tell me why you came here now. I know it was not to meet this dying old man. Sylvester smiled and honestly answered. It was actually three things. First, I did want to check up on you. Second, I wish to meditate here and see if there has been any update on that vision of mine. Lastly, I needed permission to take some wood from the soul tree. The old man released a dangerous aura all of a sudden. Sylvester could not smell any emotions from the man all this time, but now he felt pure anger. He clarified quickly. I don't want to do anything strange with it, but just create the musical instrument I have designed so that I can better sing my hymns and purify the masses. I felt what better would than the most blessed one. That, if it was up to me, I'd agree. The anger vanished instantly, revealing the smile again. But only the Holy Father can permit it. Even then, you can only take the wood from the top, from the new branches. Don't worry, Axel was supposed to come and meet me today. You should hang around and return after meditating. This seems a better option. I could always steal the wood with Chonky, but who knows if they watch every single branch over. They could easily pinpoint the thief. In that case, I will go and meditate first. See you in a few hours. He walked to the door and tried to open it, but instead, it opened on its own, and a tall, old man entered without looking and bumped into Sylvester. Sylvester strapped back and glanced. Holy Father. The old pope did not look like a pope at all right now. The man had no unique jewelry or ornaments. Instead, he was wearing simple peasant clothes, a gray tunic and brown pants. The Pope chuckled, noticing Sylvester. So you've kept this spoiled old man busy. Thank you, child. Bam! Grandpa Monk threw a pillow at the Pope's face, smacking it hard. Then he laughed. It seems your reaction speed has gotten worse, Axel. The Pope gritted his teeth, stuck between maintaining his image in front of Sylvester and replying to the old man with equal violence. Grandpa Monk, please don't throw such things. I will. What are you going to do? Cry on my lap like in the past? Pope's brows twitched and his fist clenched. Please maintain the decorum, Grandpa Monk. We have a guest. Who? Young Sylvester. He's not a guest. Bam! And this time, Sylvester also received a pillow to the face. This old man, he was so wise and sage-like a moment ago. I guess having the Pope nearby invoked the goofy father mode. Sylvester didn't mind the act, but he was more interested in getting his precious wood. Did you bring it? Grandpa Monk asked all of a sudden. The Pope grinned while nodding. I never forget it, old foggy butt. Sylvester noticed the gaze and thought there must be something important the two had to discuss, so he asked for permission quickly. Respected Holy Father, I came to ask for permission to take short top branches from Soul Tree. I wish to build a musical instrument for myself, one that shall purify minds and hearts. You want wood from the Soul Tree? Pope turned serious, eyes piercing into Sylvester as if a hawk looking at prey. What's with this pressure, and why do I smell lies? Yes, Holy Father, he replied. No. But I can allow if you do one thing for me. It's top secret, and you must take it to your grave. Sylvester gulped and had second thoughts running across his mind, but he realized he couldn't take a step back, or it'd spoil his image in front of the Pope. I will do as you say, Your Holiness. Grandpa Monk's serious words resounded too. Are you sure, son? If you do this, there is no going back. What the hell do they want from me? I just want some wood. Sylvester cursed silently and nodded. Chapter 87. Three Wise Old Men. Sylvester looked at the two old fogies. He was one of them too, technically. I will keep it a secret until my grave, Holy Father. Great. What are we waiting for then? Grandpa Monk clapped his hand and waved his staff to magically pull the side table closer to himself. Then two more chairs also got dragged for the Pope and Sylvester. The Pope took a seat and put a cloth bag on the table. I hope I don't get dismissed for this. Who's going to dismiss him? Sylvester muttered, sensing a lot of lies. Come here and take a seat, young bard. Today I shall make a man out of you. The Pope called him, patting the table. What does he mean by that? Sylvester, for the first time, felt slightly worried for his safety. The two men in front of him could easily kill him with a wave of their hands. He was less than an ant. But he took a seat and waited to see what was inside that cloth bag. Ting! Grandpa Monk took out 3 crystal-clear glasses from under the table. Then the Pope took something out from the bag, a bottle, to be precise, a big crystal bottle. "Ha, let us all share a nice peg of my own homegrown sunshine nectar." The Pope boomed happily and popped open the wooden cork. Sylvester had never expected to share a drink of alcohol with the Pope in his new life, but he was confused because this went against the rules, and it was the top man breaking it. Isn't the clergy banned from consuming alcohol? Is this a test? As always, he started to overanalyze everything. He tried to look at the expressions of both men and tried to sense the odor. Of course, Grandpa Monk never gave away his emotions, but the Pope did. I am Axel Tar Creed right now, son. The Pope is officially sleeping in the palace, said the Pope as he made the drinks like a master. Heck, Grandpa Monk had taken out a little jar with some sort of spices and lemons. This doesn't look like it's his first time. Sylvester noticed the masterwork. This is not alcohol, however. I use special algae that grow deep in the water under the Golden Peninsula. I am the Pope, so only I can access it and use it. It has strange properties of elevating, relaxing one's mind. Here, your new so try a little. The Pope handed Sylvester the glasses. Cheers to a few more days of living. Grandpa Monk lifted his glass. The Pope did the same and looked at Sylvester. I can't believe this is happening. What have I gotten myself into? Is this good luck or bad luck? Sylvester was internally growling. Not to mention, he didn't like the smell and the green texture of this homegrown moonshine. Cheers. He lifted the glass too, but waited until the two old folks took a sip. Clank. May the holy soulies give my old pops a few years to live. The Pope prayed when the glasses clanked. Then, without waiting, both of them gulped down the drinks in one go. By contrast, Sylvester tried not to vomit while drinking. Not even Chonky would swallow this abomination. Biwahaha, there are 2 of you now, old pops. The Pope laughed at Grandpa Monk, who also pointed his finger back. And there are 3 of you, 3 brats. I was never a brat, I was just more cultured. You call not drinking milk being cultured. I remember you loved fried food only. No wonder your hair turned white so fast. The Pope barked back. They were always white. Have you finally gone senile, pops? Sylvester dumbly watched the 2 men acting like drunkards, fighting over the smallest of things from the past. That made him look at the drink in wonder. How strong is it? It also brought an opportunity, however. Can I ask the Pope any questions now? He should give me something at least. He kept looking at the 2 men with focus and tried to read their behavior, eyes, and expressions. Axel, when I die, don't be sad. I will simply be one with Solis, always watching over you. The Pope shook his head sadly. Let me cry, pops. Each falling drop of tears will let me cope. Thank you for being my son. In name, I am proud of you. Have I told you that before? You have about 1,000,369 times. And I too thank you for guiding me. Without you, I wouldn't have been this wise, this strong enough to bring the faith to the direction it belongs. I merely hope now that, Pope, with his flushed face, looked at Sylvester. I hope if not I, then the next generation can end the 1,000-year conflict once and for all. Sylvester acted to be slightly drunk as well, but he dared not say anything unholy, for he had caught the Pope's folly. Thank goodness my nose, he's half drunk but fully conscious. I will do all I can too, Holy Father. I too wish for eternal peace and acceptance of solis on all of the heathen lands. I will ensure that even there the faith expands, but he looked at the Pope to see if the man was focusing on him. He was, but at the same time, Sylvester felt the Pope knew he wasn't drunk either. In my recent travels, I have felt the real hurdle to expansion of faith are nobles. They often stop our goodwill policies and help the commoners. We have the power to absolutely obliterate them, and they are incredibly corrupt. Why doesn't the church simply take over? Sure, there will be the headache of running such a large land, but the trouble from nobles will be gone. Then we would be able to easily implement all our politics and absolute justice while focusing on bestiaria. The Pope nodded and then shook his head, not even trying to act anymore. There is no fault in your reasoning, young bard. One Pope in the past indeed tried to do this, but in that quest he learned a great lesson. The world is poor, son. The commoners suffer eternally despite how much we try to help. Even when given food, water, and a roof, they lust for more. Who do you think they hate when they suffer? The nobles. Who will they hate when there are no nobles? The church, Sylvester blurted, already expecting this much. The Pope continued, I believe this land has seen enough bloodshed already. I wish to end slavery one day too, but that would likely lead to another war. I am supposedly the strongest man in the world, but at times I am weak. He took another sip of the drink. I can only try and ensure peace, so one day young men like you come up with a system that shall uplift us above nobility, bring unity, equality, and eternal worship, lessen the common man's hardships. Did he just propose a modern civilization, democracy? No, more like a church-based order of sorts. Sylvester was amazed by the Pope's wishes. He used to think that the latter was just another bipolar churchman, but it turns out it was a man with a profound plan. Let's continue this little talk sometime later, young bard. My old pops is asleep, the best time to put medicine on his aged wounds, lest his body may go cold. You have my permission. Take 10 branches from the top of the tree. Today, even though Sylvester saw the Pope as somewhat of a necessary evil, he felt a tinge or increase in respect for the man. Thank you, Holy Father. May the holy light enlighten us and keep Grandpa Monk healthy. He got up and left the little shack respectfully, but as he closed the door behind, he saw Murridge still annoying the scared bear. Oi oi, call me daddy if you wish to be left alone. Kowtow to me. Sylvester picked the cat by his nape and dragged him away. You're becoming lawless, Chonky. Come, let's meditate together and quench your madness. So he jumped up a few branches, each thicker than the last. He picked a random green, algae-covered branch and made it his base. Then he sat on it cross-legged, also keeping Murridge beside him. Stay here, cross your legs and breathe just like I do. Murridge tried his best to sit like a human, but instead only fell on his back cutely. Makesy, I can't sit like you. My legs are too small. I noticed. Fine, just sit like a normal cat and meditate. Do what I tell you to and follow my lead, he ordered. Eventually, he prepared himself and took a long breath before closing his eyes. He was also giving instructions to Murridge. Let the mind go empty. No thoughts should be there of the world. You shall become unaware. Breathe in, breathe out. Keep the mind empty and eyes closed. Sylvester's voice slowly lowered and soon turned into mindless babbling. Then, a few minutes later, it completely stopped, and it became apparent that he was having another vision as the halo appeared. Sylvester found himself watching a scene transpiring as if he were a god, looking down from the sky at his subjects. The images were hazy but clear to some extent, but not as clear as the voice. The little girl in his vision was the same, a child merely 9 or 10. The place seemed to be a room, and the girl seemed to have woken up on her bed. She had tears in her eyes and was on the verge of crying. Just then a manly voice came, similar to the last time. "Did my little Zai see a nightmare? Is it that man again?" The little girl with ashen-black hair nodded and spoke in a childish voice. That man, it's scary, Papa." The man, whose face was not clear, hugged the girl. "Little one, you must learn to be brave, for we have enemies who don't wish to see anywhere but our grave. You are my Zai, my strong princess, and Papa will always be with you, remember that." She hugged the man back and cried. But he's bald now, and his golden eyes shined at night. He was angry." The man chuckled as he patted her head softly. "Ha, so what if he's bald? I'm bald too. Who knows, he may be your future partner, your best friend, or something like that. At least I remember when I met your mum. We were merely 6. Our fathers made us sit together and said, 'They look good together.' The next thing I knew, I was engaged. That's the beauty of life. It's unpredictable, even with your visions. And I taught you not to judge a book by its cover. Always keep yourself ready to discover. So just relax and let the shroud over your destiny uncover." "No," she pouted suddenly. "I marry my papa." The man chuckled and let her sleep again. "We're not Masan royals, dear. We don't keep our bloodlines that pure. Now sleep. I will sit by your side." Yes, she happily closed her eyes and let the sleep kidnap her. This time they were surely not going to be nightmares. The man watched his daughter's face silently, his eyes going numb. It was strange, as he also had a smile on his face. "I wish I could do more to keep you safe, my child. But your father is weak. I alone can't win this game. As long as you get to live, I'm fine if it's me you blame." With that, silence fell over. While the little girl slept, the man looked up and silently wept. Sylvester felt the emotions in that room, a mix of pain, fear, and a whole lot of childish bloom. "Og!" Sylvester's eyes shot open, as if lights were turned on, his breath uncontrollably fast. The vision this time was too long and too detailed. Was she having visions of me? Who is she? But I'm not bald. He caressed his long, silky hair. Yet, it was certainly a fear that would terrify any young man. But he was old, so he cared not for anything other than the identity of the girl, which was still unknown. He yawned and looked around, searching for the furry boy. "Where is Chanki?" As he tried to look, he heard Chanki's voice, singing some strange song. "Scratch, scratch, scratchy, scratch, I put my name too. Mighty are my paws, those who see me are very few. Scratch SC. What are you doing, Chanki?" Sylvester appeared behind the singing cat as the furry boy scribbled on the tree with his claw. But there seemed to be an inspiration, as another set of words was present besides looking old. Sylvester silently read them, but it took some hard work as the words resembled old language usually found in ancient books. However, soon he frowned at the content. He was just 5 years old. This does not make any sense. This contradicts history. Chapter 88, Money-Making Scheme. "I'm 5, I hate this world. I will change it." These were the first set of words. And then there was more under that, appearing to be written sometimes after the first line, and this was a name. Luther Vass Hermington was here. These words threw Sylvester's mind into a frenzy as they discarded everything he knew about the Holy Land's history. The first pope was here when he was 5. How is that possible? Didn't Pope Axel say this whole region was covered in extreme solarium due to the orb of purity? That the first pope was the first to fight the solarium imbalance and created the Magna Sanctum Temple? He rubbed his chin in wonder. How can a 5-year-old child be on this tree when the whole region was inaccessible? Murej soon finished carving his own name beside the message and looked proud. "I am an artist, sometimes my genius. It's almost frightening." Sylvester chuckled at the boy's theatrics. Did you find any other such words on the tree? Murrej nodded his head proudly. I found one more. Come, I will show. The furry boy jumped from branch to branch and led Sylvester to a lower area near the tree's base. Look here. Sylvester was excited to find more information about the past, as he felt misled by the books he had read over the years. Good job, Ch. Ah, what is this? I, Knight Bilworth, ask for forgiveness from Solis for shagging the wife of the Count. I shall never participate in debauchery again. Left speechless, Sylvester did not wait and simply jumped away, headed to the top of the giant tree to get some branches. But of course, he would not use them all for the violin but experiment on them too. Whoa! A gasp escaped his mouth when he reached the top of the sole tree as his head poked out of the leaves. The landscape was clear in his view, and he saw the entirety of the Holy Land. The Pope's Peninsula, the Golden Peninsula, the Gild Peninsula, and many more. There were nearly 13 peninsulas, each with different operations, and he had not even visited most of them yet. I haven't even explored the Holy Land yet, and there is a whole world outside. It's awe-inspiring but also frightening, knowing the lawlessness that lives beyond these lands. Chonky, do you think you're a magical beast from Beasteria? He asked the furry boy sitting on his shoulder. Chonky silently wondered while looking at the horizon. I don't remember. I only know my last caretaker and Makesy. Sylvester patted the furry head and moved to get some nice branches. Don't worry. One day we will crack your mystery as well. Now let's move and get these sticks, or else we'll be late for dinner with Mum. What? He's gone. At the hut below, Grandpa Monk woke up. I knew you were faking being asleep. You don't have to do that. Sylvester is different. He's wise beyond his age. He understands things faster and reacts appropriately. The Pope stopped massaging herbal lotion on the old man's muscles to ensure the motor functions remained working. So he's a dangerous man. The Pope shook his head. Yes and no. Over the years I've seen a strange lust in him, lust for peace. So even if he does not become the Pope one day, I will still carve this diamond in rough to ensure he can satiate that lust. After all, letting such a talent rot is a waste. Grandpa Monk, however, was the mentor of the Pope, so he knew what went on in the latter's mind. But you seem conflicted about your choice. I am to some degree conflicted. Often, smart people tend to overestimate themselves and bring doom to even those around them. However, I have proposed a test, and it shall reveal if the boy is hungry for power or peace. What if he fails? Grandpa Monk questioned. The Pope sighed sadly. Then he will remain yet another name among other servants of the faith. Without expensive herbs, crystals, and training, it's impossible to become a grand wizard, forget supreme wizard. He may have the talents but lacks direction, and without my approval, there will be no God's favored selection. Besides, it's still too early as the other 4 candidates are doing great now, so I can't be fully biased against them. That's unbefitting for the Pope. Pope slapped on Grandpa Monk's back. Done, this medicine should relieve all your pain. Thank you, son. You are doing too much for me. I can't be wasting the Pope's time. You don't have to visit me anymore, just work. But the Pope scoffed. If a son can't even care for his parents who cared for him for years, he should be rained down with 1,000 spears. You cared for me when I was lost, old man. Now it's my turn to pay it back. Grandpa Monk was filled with warmth hearing that. I hope you soon find an heir as good as the one I found. You flatter me, Pops, but what can I say? You hit the jackpot by finding me, a handsome, strong, smart, and witty kid. Not everyone is as lucky. Grandpa Monk interrupted. Who? As far as I remember, you were a stupid kid with a forever runny nose, which you used to mop with that tongue. The Pope ignored all that. Ah, the weather is nice outside today. Well, I shall leave now, much work to do. If Sylvester returns, tell him to be present at Wazir's office tomorrow morning. Take care now. What? Sylvester was not the only person in the race of God's favored. He was merely the front runner, a front runner who was given a job that did not involve as much use of the body as the mind. So his speed of improvement in magic was going slow. But the same could not be said about the other three God's favored candidates. Augustus Steele, especially, was making strides towards improvement, as his talent of grand wizard finally started to come out once given a job that was in symphony with his nature: exorcism. The exorcism department operated out of the Darkwatch Peninsula, a place that held headquarters for several offices, such as those that oversee hearsay, those that record the presence of dark creatures, or those that conduct an exorcism. Exorcism was an art of holy magic that allowed one to expel the dark entities that took over a person or an area, but it was majorly just people being possessed by something. Often it was a low-level poltergeist, but sometimes they'd come across a bloodling too. That's when they'd step back and call the powerhouses from Inquisition. Augustus traveled around various kingdoms with his mentors and proved to have a knack for the art of exorcisms. Despite having no light magic, he was great at remembering the various rune schemes, chants, and incantations. Meanwhile, the two other boys with similar talents, Louis Hermington and Griffin Blaeskin, with their talent of Grand Wizard and Diamond Knight, were quickly taken under the second in command of Lord Inquisitor, the wizard knight known as Hans. The two were being trained harshly, without sleep, and their bodies were broken from overworking. The Inquisitor High Lord didn't care if they were God's favored candidates. All he saw was that these two had high talent and could be of excellent service to his beloved Lord Solis. So this sadly left Sylvester and Felix without a real mentor who could guide them in terms of training. Sir Dalaran couldn't help much either, as his own rank was too low. All he could give was some advice and information. "Where is Sylvester? He called us here and is missing." Felix and Gabriel sat outside an eatery on the Guild's peninsula. Gabriel merely hummed in reply as he had a book in hand, and was reading it with focus. Just then Sylvester arrived and took the book from Gabriel. He took a seat and confidently suggested something. "Do this later. We have an important thing to do right now. Tell me, do you wish to make some more money? After all, our salaries right now are pitiful at best." I don't want more money," Felix shrugged. "I got enough of it." "Felix, you spoiled rich young master, I want more money," Gabriel barked. "That healer took all the money I used to send to Raven, so I need some extra now. I wish to buy Raven a house here. Max, what do you propose?" Sylvester took out 3 parchments from his robes. "Here, fill out these forms and come with me." Felix read, "Application to become a Sacred Arms Guild member. Max, we're clergy, we can't do this." Sylvester smugly relaxed back. "I have read all the laws in the Law of Light book. It tells us about not selling our services for money, but it nowhere tells us not to become a guild member. These guilds work because we, as adventurers, will take the money in the guild's name. Then, the guild takes its little cut and gives us the rest. So technically, it wasn't us who took the money." "But won't that interfere in our work?" Gabriel wondered. "Just think about it, you two. We've been given a job that leaves nearly no time to train, so we need more challenges. And we all travel around the world anyway, so why not take a few job requests that would appear on our way? This way, we can earn some good money while also helping the people," Sylvester proposed. He had already done all the needed research and had spoken with Sir Dalaran. He learned that even the normal clergy members from monasteries take a small amount of money from people for their special services. But of course, that money is taken in the name of Solis, a guise. "Let's do it," Felix readied quickly. "More adventures, count me in." Soon Gabriel also agreed. "As long as we don't take any jobs that contradict our work as clergy, I'm fine." Sylvester clapped and took back the applications. "Great, then let's go and fill them." He suddenly stopped speaking, for he felt a sudden rise in gloominess in the air. Sadness, anxiety, and fear mixed in. He quickly got up and looked back. There he found Sir Dalaran closing in. Confused, he wondered if something terrible had happened to him. "Sir Dalaran, come and join us." The knight took a seat silently but didn't dare look Sylvester in the eyes. There was blankness on his face and traces of guilt. "Priests, I have grave news." "Did we get kicked out of the sanctum inspector job?" Felix asked excitedly. Sir Dalaran didn't move, however. Instead, he kept staring at the glass of water on the table, feeling thirsty but being unable to make himself reach out for it. After a long silence, he added, "I have information regarding Marcus." The three straightened their backs at that. They had decided long ago that as long as they found Marcus' location, they'd go and bring him back. They could easily use their status as God's favored. Sir Dalaran, in a low voice, uttered, but with each word he appeared to clutter. Marcus, his ashes have been handed over to his family." Chapter 89, A Golden Storm. Marcus, his ashes have been handed over to his family. It was like a clap of thunder on their heads as the realization of the meaning behind the words hit them. The three looked at each other, brows furrowed and confused. "Are you messing with us? What do you mean by his ashes?" Felix stood up abruptly. Sir Dalaran shook his head. "I wish I was Priest Felix. I asked Inquisitor General Hands to ask around. Marcus was indeed taken in by a spy branch for his flexibility for a specific mission, but most of the units sacrificed their lives in that mission. We lost 1 cardinal, 3 archbishops, 15 bishops, and 500 more knights, wizards, and clergymen. Unfortunately, Marcus was one of them. And so it begins." Sylvester was depressed somewhat as he did spend 8 years alongside Marcus. "The world is unpredictable, despicable, inhospitable. Death is just a word for people here, sadly." "Why did they allow a newly graduated priest to go on such a dangerous mission then? How can they be so heartless?" Gabriel asked frustratingly. "How could they not foresee something so obvious?" "They needed him for the mission, as it required crawling through an extremely tight place to allow the rest of the force to attack." "How did he die?" Sylvester asked calmly. He didn't show anger towards Sir Dalaran as he could feel the man was also somewhat saddened by this death. "He was buried under the ground while trying to cross the tight space. The enemy caught the scouts sent by the forces and their plan was leaked. It was a bloodbath." "What a painful death, to suffocate until the last breath." Sylvester was more annoyed because the death wasn't quick, but hearing the details of the mission made him confused. "Where did this mission take place?" "That's classified. Not even Inquisitor General Hands was informed about it. I'm afraid none of us can find out more. Something that required such an overwhelming force must have been an important mission." Sylvester remembered the pact the four made years ago in the dorms. Marcus' words were as clear as day to him. "If the war begins, I'll be dead in months, so give my family all my money, will you?" Sylvester felt it was shameful that Marcus didn't even die in a war. He died because of the stupidity of the church. But a pact was a pact. He respected his promises. "Sir Dalaran, I would like to ask the administration to have my next assignment be somewhere around Marcus' home village. We four made a pact years ago and we must fulfill it." "Where is his village?" Sir Dalaran asked. "In the Highland Kingdom called Falshoot Village. It's near the rich wall of Riveria Kingdom." Sylvester blurted back. None of them were in the mood to speak much anymore. Forget writing the guild application. All of them merely sat there as their minds played back some fond memories of their good friend, the goofy, the virtuous, unwavering Marcus Lioness. Boom! Suddenly, the clouds in the sky burst in loud booms. Sylvester looked up and abruptly found the clear sky covered with dark clouds. A moment later, the wind started to pick up and turned stormy. A minute later, thunder started striking in the sky. It felt gloomy as everything turned darker. "What is going on?" Sylvester questioned. The sudden changes could not be natural. It was clear from the abruptness of the change. But the storm seemed to get stronger and stronger. Sir Dalaran, however, didn't speak and simply stared at the sky with hazy eyes, as if the burst of light hypnotized his mind. Boom! "Crap, we need to get inside, Max." Felix got up. Whoosh! But just the next moment, the rain started falling, and for some crazy reason, the rain didn't appear clear as water, but rather it had a golden tinge to it, shining bright like it was liquid gold. Sylvester caught a few drops on his palms and tried to check the texture, which appeared like water. "Should I taste it?" he wondered as the puddles started to appear around him. The water, however, would appear golden before falling to the ground, then slowly losing color and appearing normal. The situation was so bizarre. None of them had seen such a thing happening in their lifetime before. "Don't," Sir Dalaran stopped Sylvester from tasting it. "Do not drink it, for that isn't water, but a sign." "What sign?" Felix blurted. Sir Dalaran looked Sylvester in the eye suddenly. "It's divine. This is nature's design. Priest Sylvester, etch this scene in your mind, for someday you'd also cause this, be the reason behind this." Sylvester silently looked at the golden raindrops falling from the heavens and genuinely felt divine. There was something special in this water's shine. Sir Dalaran took a long breath and looked towards the Pope's peninsula. The tall palace was slightly visible from where they sat. "This must have caused a frenzy there right now. You three may not know this, just like most people in the world. This rain is, after all, not natural." "Stop beating around the bush and tell us what it is," Felix hastily asked. "Someone has risen," Sir Dalaran muttered. "The message from heaven has been delivered. Someone has risen to the rank of Supreme Wizard." "Wait, this is the sign of someone ranking up to the Supreme Wizard rank." Sylvester was taken aback. "How far does this divine message appear?" he questioned. "Everywhere. From the 100 kingdoms of the Sand Continent in the south to the cold Pentapac range to the north of the Sol continent. From the vast castles of the Masan Empire in the west to the depths of the Bisteria continent in the east. This message is sent to all. A new god on earth has risen, to threaten other gods' position. This must be maddening to the likes of the Pope. Now he knows there's another threat to him, but not who or where," Sylvester thought. But at the same time, he felt the world just turned more dangerous for his little life. "Is there any way to pinpoint where this new Supreme Wizard is?" Gabriel wondered. "No, but they are likely to be somewhere secluded, since a wizard or knight is the most vulnerable to attacks when ranking up. The higher the rank, the higher the risk for even a tiny disturbance can kill." Sylvester sighed, not even knowing what to think about at this point. But he soon felt normal as whoever this Supreme Wizard was, it was none of his concern. Marcus had died, and he just wished to mourn. "I was called to Wazir's office. I shall request them to assign me a mission near Marcus village. I will see you three tomorrow and tell you the details. Good night." He dejectedly instructed them, but then he also handed them the applications. "Fill out these applications too. Dead or alive, life must go on, for even those dead would not want to be the reason for another's suffering." Sylvester kept Marcus's name in mind and respect in his heart. "Take care." He walked away towards the stables and took his horse. The golden rain slowly started to stop too, and by the time he reached the administration office, it had halted entirely. On the way, he could see many people standing in groups, talking. Some were knights, some were clergy, but the topic was the same for almost everyone. How many Supreme Wizards are out there living in secrecy? No wonder the church does not dare attack any other kingdom. Who knows what powerhouse might appear? Sylvester thought, but there was something more exciting to think about. What comes after the Supreme Wizard? If these are God on earth, what kind of gods would they be? I guess there is only one way to find out. "Makesy, you will die one day too," Murad suddenly asked him. Ah, isn't this boy immortal? Sylvester realized something saddening. He had no idea how long he'd live, but Murad would always remain. Don't worry, I am not dying anytime soon. On the contrary, I strive to live the longest in this world, but all things die, Chanki. Be it you or me, we just don't know when. Murad hugged Sylvester's neck with his paws and rubbed his fluffy face. I will stick with you forever. Sylvester hummed in reply because the boy was too cute sometimes, and he wished not to make any weird noises, but he patted him back. Soon he arrived at the administration building, which seemed like his second home at this stage. But this time, he came here because the Wazir himself had summoned him. So it was normal that he was given entry immediately, and a secretary escorted him towards the Wazir's office. This building is so big. I wonder what secrets it hides behind all the shine. What history has it edited to suit its own purposes? He wondered, remembering the etching by the first pope on the Soul Tree. Move! All of a sudden, a scornful, heavy voice erupted at Sylvester. He looked up and saw a tall, thin, yet well-built man. He had gray eyes and entirely silver long hair. He wore white, high-collared robes with strange golden embroidery on them. Sylvester had never seen this man in his life before. There is enough space to walk. But the tall man narrowed his gaze as if he'd killed Sylvester right there. Not to mention, Sylvester felt it too. Why is he giving me the bitter taste of death? But Sylvester stood his ground, not compromising his self-respect, no matter who this person was or how threatening it got. He was inside Holy Land, and this man was also a clergy from the looks of it, so he was safe. But there was no rank plate on the chest, so he couldn't see how powerful the man was. Tusk imbecile, the man sneered and sidestepped. Sylvester scoffed in reply, old and tall, yet a mind so small. My Lord Bard, please follow me. The secretary cluttered and dared to pull Sylvester away. Who was he? Sylvester inquired once they were on their way again. The secretary looked back at Sylvester as if he were a madman. He's the first guardian of light, the third strongest man in the whole church, and he dislikes everyone other than his holiness and Saint Scepter. Why? Sylvester questioned. The secretary looked left and right before replying carefully. Because he's likely to become the next pope, so everyone else, especially you and other gods' favored candidates, are competition for him. Oh, that explains it. I should ask Sir Dalaram about him too. He must know better. He decided but didn't pay too much attention to the man. According to the records, the current pope was going to live for more than a century, so there was no rush. Go in, please. As they arrived, Sylvester knocked on the door and entered Wazir's office. Surprisingly, it was bland to the point it seemed empty. There were just a few portraits of past popes on the walls as decorations, that's it. There was a simple wooden table, 2 chairs for visitors, and 1 large ordinary chair for the Wazir. The nameplate on the table was the only golden thing in the room. Ethia's Lovecraft, Saint Wazir, it said. Sylvester greeted the old white-haired, long-bearded man. The latter was unremarkable, the only strange thing being the vertical cut mark on the right eyebrow. Greetings, Saint Wazir. Sit, Priest Sylvester. I have something important to discuss with you today, and I don't have much time, for the Pope has summoned me, so I will be direct with you. Saint Wazir fiddled with some documents on the table. Here is your new appointment letter. Seeing your work, your decision-making, your worship-inducing acts, it all compelled us not to ignore the facts. Priest Sylvester Maximilian, I am delighted to appoint you as the new Cardinal Suprema of Ironstone Duchy. Here is the appointment letter, and we merely hope you make the duchy better. I refuse. And what? Chapter 90, The Ultimate Move. I refuse. What? Why? Saint Wazir was taken aback by the instant rejection of the position most men would kill for. Sylvester was cursing the man internally, Not just him, but his last 5 generations. This bastard, he thinks I will fall for his puny schemes. I smell all your schemes. The sourness of lies, the feeling of excitement and also anxiety. Sylvester had understood this was a test, as Saint Wazir emitted the emotion of lies when he said Sylvester was appointed as Cardinal Suprema. It was a position given to the cardinals while he was a simple priest. Like hell, he could skip 3 highly important and complex ranks for no apparent reason. Hence, he reckoned something was going on behind the scenes, and it was best to just reject it. But he had to give a good reason as well. I am too inexperienced. I don't think being good at something for 1 month makes me as good as those who have spent decades of hard work. It's unfair if I were to jump so many ranks. 1 rank jump. I understand that, but going from the bottom to the top is too much. I might create disharmony in the clergy, may cause rumors of corruption, or even make the clergy hate me outright. I'd rather be a priest who is loved than a cardinal who is hated. Saint Wazir smirked and put the documents back. That's too bad. I will respect your choice, however, so it seems I will have to find a good assignment for you. What a bad actor. I can see through his lies without even smelling them, Sylvester thought, but he turned serious as it was time to ask the real thing. Saint, I have a request. I just heard what happened to Marcus. He was a dear friend of mine with whom I spent 8 years of school. I made a pact with him and I can't stand blind that would have my words undermined. So, I hope you can give me an assignment near Marcus Village. I wish to meet his family and fulfill the pact. Marcus has gathered money over the years, and his last wish is that it reaches his family. Saint Wazir nodded. He tapped on the call bell on the table, but strangely enough it didn't make any sound, but the secretary still entered quickly. Bring me the pending assignment ledger. With no words spoken, the secretary soon brought a thick 3-foot by 3-foot book. It was certainly too big to be called a ledger, but it appeared to be magical as the Saint Wazir merely gestured, and the book opened up. Where is Martyr Marcus Village? It's Falshoot Village, near the Rich Wall in the northwestern part of Highland Kingdom, Sylvester answered. Saint Wazir quickly moved the pages of the ledger and soon stopped at one page. There is one assignment at Sphinx Town. The case is named Eternal Unidentified Supernatural Phenomenon. It says that the town is suffering from constant demon possession every week, and the local monastery exorcises all the time but to no avail. It has been suspected that the monastery is asking for extra funds and is either falsifying the cases or isn't solving them knowingly. So the job is to investigate both the monastery and the Eternal USP. Sylvester tried to remember where this town was on the map. He had memorized nearly everything available on the maps at the Sanctum Inspector's office. Is it southwest of Falshoot Village, near the desert road? Indeed, priest, I'm amazed at your remembering skills. Thank you, Saint Wazir. Then I will take this assignment and leave immediately, Sylvester respectfully requested. Saint Wazir walked around the table to Sylvester and patted his shoulder. Muraj had to quickly jump away and sit on Sylvester's head, however. Son, you don't have to take this assignment. You can simply go to Falshoot Village to fulfill the promise. I will send some other inspectors, Saint Wazir said, showing genuine care this time. Sylvester appreciated the kindness but knew he couldn't take time off. With all due respect, Saint Wazir, as sad as I may be about the passing of my friend Marcus, I can't allow that to hinder my work or progress. If I wish not to be the next Marcus, I must work harder. As for the dead, they are never dead as long as we keep their names in our memories. Saint Wazir was taken aback since he wasn't expecting much profoundness from a young man, but when he remembered who he was talking to, he smiled appreciatively after a moment. Wise words, Priest Sylvester. You can relax in the meantime. I will send the written assignment allotment by tomorrow. Take care, son. Sylvester thanked the man and left the office. He was honestly glad that all these men at church were so kind to him, especially the Pope, Inquisitor High Lord, and now this Wazir. He knew he had nothing special to offer, but he believed the reason for this likeness was his temper and wisdom, which were the same as that of an old man. Hence, these senior clergymen probably feel somewhat connected with his words, or feel he's too intelligent. Let's hope it stays this way. What? Can you're so flexible, so you should be. Bam! This does not feel right. Why did they take him away in the middle of the night? Bam! Why the fuck is everything so mysterious around this? Bam! Everyone has different ways of coping with the loss of life. Some cry, some shout, some think while some punch. Felix was thinking and punching the steel wall used for training knights in the arena of the School of Dawn. He had the same questions as Sylvester at this stage, feeling strange about the whole deal with Marcus. It didn't make sense to him how the latter had disappeared from the dorms that night. Why didn't he come to say goodbye? Why so abruptly? Sadly, Marcus was gone, and all there was left were memories. He remembered the constant jibes he and Marcus took at each other. It was undoubtedly one of his favorite things over the years. I'm so fucking weak, he cursed and punched harder. I need to get serious. Suddenly a second voice rang behind him. With those kinds of punches, you can only hurt toddlers. Felix turned around in aggravated mode. Sir Baldfreak. The dark-skinned, old, bald yet strong knight appeared out of nowhere, standing there with arms crossed and a look of annoyance. You may have the talent to become a platinum knight one day, son, but right now, I can say that even a simple golden knight can beat you up. Yes, I know you're a golden knight too. I was able to stall a fight with Sylvester, then how am I weak? Felix asked proudly. Sir Baldfreak scoffed in response. You are blinded by friendship, son. Sylvester has far surpassed you. If he wished to, he could have defeated you with one move. You have not, but I have seen him, sparred with him. His every single move has a dozen thoughts and plans behind it. He went easy on me. No, he saved you from humiliation in front of a crowd of thousands, and possibly your own family. Sir Baldfreak bluntly replied. Felix was taken aback by this. He used to think, at least in terms of knights training, that he and Sylvester were the same, but it appears he was not just wrong but also blind. Don't be angry at him, son. He does teach you from time to time and helps you grow, does he not? He's like a big brother who holds your finger and guides you. I've seen him watch you train and note what you did, good and bad. But you must come out of his shadow and find your own fighting style. You need to become strong and push yourself. Only then can you one day become a platinum knight. Felix knew there were no free meals, however. Why are you helping me? Because I can't see your pathetic punches. Now come with me, or I will add 100 weighted laps around the grounds. Sir Baldfreak boomed. Felix stiffly ran after him. Yes, sir. Each day you will spend in the Holy Land from now on will be spent on training with me. I can't see your talents be wasted. It's painful. Silently, Felix was extremely grateful for this. Sir Baldfreak may also be a mere golden knight, but the man was old and had worked for decades before retiring as an instructor. All that experience could help him improve greatly. After all, what Sylvester and Felix were lacking was a mentor. Finally, at least one of them found one now. In the housing for priests in his room, Gabriel shut himself close and just sat by the table to read some books about magic and faith. Where do souls go after death? They join the Soulies, he questioned. Gabriel was a religious man, with light magic, earth elements as main, and master wizard and diamond knight talent. He was already an adept wizard in the last level, but he still had a long way to go as a knight since he was merely a silver knight right now. But by far, his greatest strength was light magic, and his ability to remember the various chant prayers that help while performing various rituals. And that brought him to this moment where he could not stop but wonder about Marcus' fate. He was trying to find answers to the questions he did not know in books written hundreds of years ago. I need to find someone who understands the faith better than me. He muttered and tried to think of a name. Of course, Sylvester was among the top, but he knew that couldn't help him right now. Archbishop Noah was our religious studies mentor. Can he help me? He wondered and decided to give it a try. The man was always kind and gentle, so there was no risk involved. I hope others are doing fine, Gabriel thought as he headed to find himself a mentor. The three boys had come to accept their own shortfalls and wished to improve so one day they could take on any enemy. But for now, the road was full of hardships, mental and physical. The light of the shining star. Let me spread this light afar. I call you forth to help me perish the evil. Be it steel or cloth, let it burn and turn them feeble. I am your blessed bard, I care not if life's hard. Forever I shall stand guard to poor souls scarred. So, it's coming, Murad's young boyish voice reverberated. Sylvester happily looked at his right-hand palm that he had kept adjacent to his right shoulder, facing forward. At the same time, the back of his head shined with a halo. So give me the strength to vanquish the darkness. I am here standing, wishing for your light to harness. It's out. Whoosh! Yes, Sylvester cheered in victory at the top of his lungs. Poof! But almost instantly, his shoulders fell in despair. No, not again. Why can't I make that move again? For Soli's sake, I did it when I was just a month old. Maybe you're not good enough, Murad asked from the sidelines. Sylvester looked at his palm in frustration. I don't know, Chonky. I was much weaker that time, yet I could send out a light beam that melted wood and steel and even carved a cave in the mountain. Sylvester tried to harness that one move he used when that zombie-like creature attacked him in the tent years ago. That was a truly, overwhelmingly destructive power, and he reckoned that as long as he had it, at least he'd have an overpowered tool in his arsenal. It has to be at least an S-grade move. Let's have another try. Keep an eye on me, Chonky. Murad shrugged. Makes he get good. Chapter 91, Invisible Threats. The Saul continent was always on the brink of wars erupting, and the church tried its best to be the middleman and stop them. With its complete hold over the Gracia kingdom's political landscape, wars against the Riveria kingdom were fairly limited. But that left the southern Saul uncontrolled on a deeper level and open to madness, something that only pushed it towards more darkness. Year 5116 of Solis was not kind to the Sorrow Kingdom, as on the 25th day of the 8th month of the year, the Grand Duchy of the Patch launched a full-scale war on the Sorrow Kingdom. Unfortunately, the King of Sorrow could only defend, for he lacked arms to raise swords, while he alone stood as the only Grand Wizard, as the last defendant. The man would go down in history for his bravery, strength, and sorrow, for he would save thousands with the stalemate, with time he'd borrow. This was the world, so fragile and full of powerful people, so facile. Max, what do you think I should focus on next? My next promotion can be one of two things. Either stay in the Holy Land and become Chief Superintendent, or leave and become Chief Superintendent Healer of a region. Sylvester was going to head out for his next mission today, so he was having his last home breakfast. Stay in the Holy Land. The world outside is too volatile and anything can happen. It's not safe for a woman who's not well versed in fighting. But are you so confident about getting another promotion? No, I won't get that anytime soon. I was merely thinking about which side I should focus on. The position of Chief Superintendent is somewhat politicized as it's selected by voting among other healers, she explained. Sylvester thought about how he could help her. As the higher she went, the better it would be for him. You should use my name to get support. I'm sure no other healer has a son who is also a God's favored candidate with the highest talent possible. So you should take my name and in non-direct words imply, My son is one day going to be a supreme wizard, and that will by default pull them into your camp. Won't that make the higher-ups angry? She inquired. Sylvester scoffed. Tell them the same thing and shut them up. And Mum, even if I don't try to become the Pope, I will still at least become a guardian of light, a strong one at that. Xavier quickly imagined her son being tall with a nice beard, looking proud while the people prayed to him as he sang, and the halo appeared. It raised goosebumps and made her squeak. My son will be big and strong, I believe in you. I hope it was as easy as it probably seems in her head. Sylvester thought and kept eating. By the way, take these pickled eggs. They are sweetened with honey as well. Although they made me vomit, I know you will love them. Xavier brought a big ceramic jar and put it on the table. It was undoubtedly heavy as it made the wooden table's legs creak. It made her vomit. If it's this bad, then why would I like th? Holy solies, why is this so good? Sylvester was all praises once he tasted merely the juices in the jar. Xavier made a strange, disgusting face and shrugged. I have no idea why and where your obsession with honey comes from. I just let you taste it once. Sylvester was already eating the pickled eggs, however. This is really good. I'm going to need more jars of it later. Oh no, I have created an abomination. I pity his friends who will be forced to taste it. Xavier sighed internally and moved to pack other things. Take these dried beef strips too. I bought them from the Guild Peninsula. They say that the adventurers take these on long journeys. Sylvester didn't deny the gifts. Don't worry about my food, Mum. We usually have a whole carriage with us full of supplies. Sometimes we even hunt on the road and eat fresh meat. I wish I could travel with you too, Xavier dreamily muttered. If Sylvester was a brainless man, he'd have agreed to her, saying he'd need a healer. But the reality was that she'd be a deadweight on him, always needing saving. And since she was pretty as hell, there was that aspect as well. Maybe when I become truly powerful, I will take you on a world tour, he suggested on the go. But that meant the world to Xavier. You will. I would love to see different places one day. Your grandpa used to tell me about the lands of the East and the mystical South. And then you got enslaved. He sighed and got up to leave. Don't worry, a promise is a promise. Now I should head out, the rest must be waiting. Take care, Max, and if it takes too long, please send me a letter through the Running Men. I sometimes get anxious when I don't hear from you for months. She requested calmly, albeit wanting to hug her son. Sylvester did it on his own accord as he smelled the anxiety. Got it, Mum. And you ensure you eat well and work hard. I might be gone for a long time since I need to meet Marcus' family. Hearing Marcus' name, she felt even more scared, for he was her only family left. Her hug turned tighter and she nodded. I will, you too, please take care. Pet. Meow. Suddenly, Xavier looked up, feeling something tapping on her head in the cute meowing voice. But Sylvester quickly moved back and headed out. Bye, Mum. He went out and scolded Murrej. What was that? I pat her head to make her less sad. It always works. Yes, but only when they know or can see you. As of now, most would think it's a ghost touching them. Sylvester and Murrej walked to the stables while bickering. Since Sylvester was the one who drove the carriage, it was his responsibility to keep it. So he tied his white horse and headed to pick up the rest of his teammates. They slowly rode on the wide roads of the Holy Land, passing by the various scenic buildings. The sky was blue like most days, and the air was colder. Winter was finally around the corner, but thankfully the weather in Holy Land never goes too cold. Despite the horrifying news from a few days ago, the weather and fresh air helped. Chonky, suggest me a good name for this horse, Sylvester asked, as his horny horse was not so horny anymore and even well-trained now. Murrej looked down at the horse on whose neck he was sitting. He's big, white, and Juan. Why that name? Sylvester wondered. Murrej merely shrugged. I don't know. I said the first word that came to my mind. Is it bad? Sylvester tried to think of the name and imagined himself calling it from afar. Juan Wick. Why did I think of that? That's one strange name. No, let's name him Frost. He is very white after all. Frost? I like it. Chonky and Frost will be friends from now on, am I right? Murridge melted on the horse's back. But eventually he'd move to the back of the carriage, find a comfy place and sleep the whole way. The horse neighed as if it understood Murridge's words and trotted faster, appearing happy. Sylvester chuckled while watching the exchange happen. It was good to remind oneself every once in a while that everything could feel happy or hurt. All had a life, but of course, some didn't deserve it. You are late. Felix barked as soon as Sylvester reached the rest of the team at the exit tunnel leading outside the Holy Land. Sylvester could see the dark circles under the eyes of Gabriel and Felix. It was apparent they had been doing something in the last few days, or perhaps the memories of a dear friend haunted them. Sir Dalarum, meanwhile, seemed normal, but there were more people nearby, 2 on separate horses and 6 more in a common carriage. The short, chubby, semi-bald man spoke from the horseback, appearing to be the leader. Priest Sylvester, it is an honor to meet you finally. I am Archpriest Harmond and this is Priest Carl. We're the head of a healer's camp headed to Sand City. Sir Dalarum allowed us to ask you if we could join you on the journey. Sylvester noted the people in the carriage at the back. From the rank plates, the archpriest appeared to be an adept wizard, while the priest was an apprentice wizard, the same as the rest of the people in the carriage. It's one of the good things the church does, and I can respect that. Sylvester thought, appreciating that in this dark backward world, the church held healing camps to heal the sick free of cost. Sylvester glanced at Felix since the latter shared the same authority as Sylvester in theory. You got any problem with that? Not at all. Fine by me too then. But Archpriest, our destination is Fallshoot Village, so you will be on your own beyond that point. Sylvester warned as the Highland Kingdom was not that rich, travelers were sometimes raided by brigands, although cases of them attacking church representatives were rare. The archpriest bowed his head slightly. We shall manage beyond that, Priest Sylvester. You have my gratitude. Good, let's move then. Sylvester didn't waste time and whipped the horses slightly, not enough to hurt them but enough to make them move fast. Felix sat beside him as he too had a stallion now attached to the carriage, Lady Trash. They had named it. They were fast on the road soon, traveling on the smooth, holy road south. They were headed to the cider road that led to the bridge crossing into the Riveria Kingdom. The route bypassed Goldstown, bringing back hundreds of memories. Merely in 4 days, they easily entered the Riveria Kingdom, as the church had an express pass to move freely around the continent. Why did you fake the match in the tourney? Felix suddenly asked, sitting beside Sylvester in the carriage at the Riensman seats. In front of them were Gabriel and Sir Dalarum, and behind were the rest. Sylvester sighed as he watched the endless farmlands of the Riviera Kingdom with trees on both sides of the roads. He was in awe of the kingdom as it fed the whole continent. I didn't want to discourage you, and trouncing you in front of all those people would have hurt your image. And honestly, I don't want to lose a friend because other people think negatively about us. I didn't want any rumors. Sylvester could predict what was coming. He could feel a slight hint of sourness and saltiness, signifying there was jealousy. There was also a hint of anger. But all of a sudden, it disappeared as Felix said something Sylvester didn't expect. Thanks, brother. You saved me a lot of trouble and didn't destroy my self-respect. Of course, I'm slightly disappointed and jealous, but it's all in good faith. One day, I will surely beat you. Sylvester chuckled at the proclamation. You only lack experience, my friend. We both are the same ranked knights. Our powers are similar. The only difference is how we move. You talk about experience, but where does your experience come from them? Sylvester fell silent and thought of a convincing answer. Dreams, it's a pretty great place to train and plan your next schemes. I can teak, we have company. What? SHH. All of a sudden, Sylvester handed Felix the reins and stood up on his seat while the carriage kept moving. He looked left and right at the endless flat agricultural fields. They were still far away from their destination and had just entered the Riveria kingdom. What now? Why do I smell such extreme rage and lust with death mixed in? Prepare yourself, Felix. Sylvester barked and quickly held up his spear from behind himself. Priest Sylvester. Sir Dalaram and Gabriel receded a little to the carriage and spoke to Sylvester. It seems we're being watched and followed. I know, Sir Dalaram, and I think I know who it is. You and Gab go back and tell Archpriest Harmon to maintain distance. I don't want them to get hurt. What's going on, Max? Felix clenched his sword in hand, ready to be unsheathed. Sylvester looked left and right, trying to figure out how the hell the enemy was keeping up with them without showing up, despite such open fields. Felix, strike to kill. Got it, Felix prepared. No more questions asked until they had enemies in their grasp. Of course, Sylvester knew what was happening now. He had not forgotten that kid assassin and had hypothesized who was after him. Now, he was nearly sure of it. That damn Rommel, even after dying he's so annoying. Chapter 92, Assassins in Riveria. Sylvester could feel his danger senses tingling through the smells, but he had no idea where the enemy was. He looked at the sky, and there was nobody. He looked at the fields, and they were empty as ever. Not even crops were grown at this time of the year. He silently sat back down in his seat and closed his eyes, appearing to be meditating, but he was merely trying to focus on the various smells he felt. Death, rage, and lust. He knew that lust was something that didn't only apply to physical attraction, but also attraction to money. And if someone felt all three emotions against him, they were offered some money to kill him. So he was like a golden trophy to the attackers. Where is the attack coming from? Felix asked him. But Sylvester silently focused on the emotions. Not above, not around me, and that only leaves. Got you, Felix. Increase the speed. Sylvester ordered and jumped to the cloth roof of the carriage. It was strong enough to hold weight due to the frame. Then there, as he stood, he watched the road behind. You can't hide. He put the spear behind himself and used runes since he was still keeping his water and earth elements a secret. But thanks to the air element, he could quickly create runes on the ground and activate them. The rune was called Earth Rise, a grade B rune that did what the name suggested. Boom! A square, meter by meter block of the hard dirt road rose into the air as if it was pushed from underneath. But Sylvester didn't stop, and as the carriage kept moving, he kept making runes and raising the earth blocks. Now it's time to come out. As soon as he felt the feeling of their emotions diminishing, he stopped sending his magic to all those runes and let the blocks of earth fall back to their places. Boom, boom. Still going to hide underground. He looked at the road intently, having realized that the enemies must be using earth elements to create caves for themselves underneath. A dust cloud rose from the sudden fall of so many earth blocks. Since the road was not paved, it became hideous in no time. Felix, stop and prepare to fight, he ordered. He also lightly kicked the big furry cat to wake up and get to work. Murad's job during fights was simple: sit on his shoulder and keep an eye on his blind spots. You bastard! Boom! A blast appeared not far behind the carriage. The ground opened up with a loud explosion, and a few figures jumped out of it, cursing Sylvester as they seemed to have suffered from the sudden falling earth blocks. Sylvester had merely played a mind game with them. He reckoned that if they were creating a tunnel to follow him, he could create a tunnel for them from a distance ahead. So that's what he did. And when they came across the long, empty tunnel, they thought someone else left it here earlier for a canal, and without thinking, they ran fast in it, a grave mistake as the tunnel suddenly collapsed on them. Sylvester held his spear in front, and Felix also stood beside him, his sword ready. They were wearing armor as well, but it was hidden under their church robes, though that made them look much bigger than they were. "Get that blond boy, don't touch the rest." The order resounded in the dust cloud before 5 figures jumped out of it and rushed towards Sylvester. Then once they were out of the dust cloud, Sylvester got to see them for the first time. "Who are these jesters?" he blurted. All of them were wearing dirt-brown robes with different belts hanging blades or potion bottles. There appeared to be 2 women and 3 men. Out of them, one man was at least 8 feet tall, akin to a giant. But the fight was not a joke. Sylvester quickly realized that there was a 6th member in the group as well, the one who shouted, the leader. Bam! Out of the earth just beside Sylvester came out a man like a projectile, cutting through the dirt like butter. His right hand aimed at Sylvester's face, showing a glowing red rune ready to be sent out deadly, without a doubt. Not so fast. Felix was a warrior above everything else, and his reaction speed was much better. In no time, his sword was cutting the air towards the attacker, a short, thin man from the stature. Clank! Clank! Sylvester, in time, moved his head back and avoided the coming rune punch. At the same time, he tried to smash his spear's blade at the man's face since it was a close-quarter fight. But surprisingly, the man seemed highly skilled and blocked the strike from both with small daggers that appeared out of nowhere in his hands. Sylvester and Felix jumped back to make a distance and assess the situation. "Do you know who you're attacking? If the word reaches back to Holy Land, they will destroy your entire guild." Felix reminded the assassins what a great folly they were committing. "Hee, like we didn't know that before attacking you." The leading man revealed his face as he took off the hood. He was bald, and a tattoo emerged on the left side of his face, surrounding the left eye. Sylvester looked behind at the additional 5 members. It was a fight with losing numbers on his side. 4 against 6, and these assassins were likely more trained. "I don't even know what their power rank is. It will be a problem if it's a rank higher than me." Sylvester tried to come up with a scheme to defeat them. He was the strongest wizard in his camp, while his and Felix's knight rank was the same. Sylvester was, after all, a man who'd rather first fight with the brain than arms. This was the strategy to live the longest until he was strong enough to stomp all. "Who are you?" The man didn't speak and regrouped with his team. Then, without wasting time, they relaunched the assault, focusing again on Sylvester. "So King Reveria it is." He knew by now that the King of Reveria was behind it. The man had given him creepy vibes when he once saw him a long time ago. Now, it was clear that the man blamed him for his son's disappearance. The battle started on the empty roads. The enemies were experts in earth magic, as they relied heavily on it. The leader seemed the best with multiple elements as he used earth and air. Other than that, there were numerous magic runes, along with various blades. "Felix, you handle all those with blades. I will handle the leader and the remaining 2 magic casters. If you can't win, stall the fight until Sir Dalorum and Gabriel come." He ordered and went all out. "Have fun with these." Sylvester started with an S-ranked magic move right away and used whirling fire that Sir Dalorum taught him. 2 enormous fire tornadoes came out from his palms, as tall as a 50-foot tower. The use of these was not to kill but to distract, as dodging them was easy, but they would play with his enemies' minds. However, there was something great about surprises, something Sylvester was known to use. He made more tornadoes of fire, in total 10 of them. "Let's deal with you now." He stood face to face with the group leader, eyes locked at each other's movements, ready to make any needed adjustments. "I will offer you double of whatever you were offered." Sylvester proposed, for he believed this was the best place to use black money. But he didn't have hopes up because if they belonged to some organization, making secret deals would harm their reputation. Even if it were 10 times, I would still disagree. Your skull is my prize, priest. Sylvester prepared to use light magic, his favorite and strongest element ever since he learned how to harden it. And since it was the middle of the day, the sunlight amplified it. However, the leader was not his target. Whoosh! Under his feet, a burst of flames exploded and threw him off into the air, dozens of meters in height. Then, at that height, he used Light Step, an ability that consumed an extreme amount of Solarium, but it was worth it. Unless of the highest rank or expert in the art of this branch of magic, wizards could not fly. Sylvester, of course, could not either, but with the ability to harden the light, he discovered a miniature and bastardized version of flying. By simply creating a small tile of light in the air, he could stand on it as long as Solarium in his body allowed it. "Ha can't fly, maggots," Sylvester mocked his enemies from the sky. But he wished not for his own magical powers to attack them. "Chonky, give me the number 8. I makesy, Yua. Eventually, Murrej vomited out a small bag and handed it over. Sylvester quickly opened it and took out a handful of red, finger-sized crystals. His face showed a wicked smile, for he was about to play with his enemies, make them dance. Good thing trade outside the Holy Land is allowed. Felix's elder brother got me some amazing crystals. He muttered and looked down. In the distance, he saw Sir Dalorum and Gabriel just reaching and helping Felix, while the leader of the group and 2 more magic casters watched him. "Catch you." He threw one red crystal at the leader's head. The man was annoyed and shocked by Sylvester's magic, a common trait in whoever sees him. Boom! Then the crystal touched the ground and exploded in beautiful red flames of fury. Boom! One more crystal exploded, this time straight on the head of the 8-foot giant magic caster. Sylvester targeted him, knowing the man couldn't move fast, and sure enough, the prize was his head. The crystal exploded the giant's entire skull like it was a watermelon, and the bloodied brain matter fell on his companion beside him, scaring her to no limit. She screamed and jumped away. The group leader had by now started to use earth magic to create stairs for himself, and reach enough height to at least hit Sylvester with his magic. Smirking, Sylvester this time took a handful of exploding crystals. Yes, each explosion cost him 100 gold graces, the equivalent of his 5-month salary, but it was all black money, so it didn't hurt much. "You should have taken my offer," he exclaimed and threw away the crystals, raining them down on the shocked woman. The leader saw it all and shouted in worry, "Bella, run!" Sylvester scoffed from the height, "Sure, do it if you're faster than the light." The woman was stupidly trying to clear pieces of the brain from her robes. So when she looked up finally, her face revealed a young woman with a similar tattoo, with red hair. But it didn't take much for fear to appear, her eyes to drown in tears of despair. Boom! Boom! A magnanimous explosion so vast that its flames even reached Sylvester at his height. A cloud of mushrooms accompanied it in the sky, going extremely high. Everything was covered in fire, in light with so much might that even Sylvester was amazed by what a dozen exploding crystals could do. 2 down, 1 more to go, he muttered as he looked towards Felix. With the addition of Gabriel and Sir Dalorum, the enemies appeared to be on the losing side, even more so with the demoralizing scream of their leader and the explosion. "Why, you bastard, you killed my daughter." Sylvester looked at the bald, tattooed leader on his earth stairs, just a few meters down from him. But instead of replying with something abusive, Sylvester simply raised his right palm and spoke a small hymn with a halo, appearing saintly. "You and your daughter, chaos you followed. Cry to me not when death has you swallowed." Chapter 93, The Bounty. "You bastard!" Sylvester scoffed and threw the crystals at the man as well, but he was clearly the most experienced and powerful as he used the air element to blow the crystals away. Fine, since the nuisance is gone, we can fight conventionally, he said in a challenging voice and jumped off of the light step, straight to the ground. Then just when he was about to land, he used the air element to soften his landing. This was why most wizards don't die just from falling. The bomb was too strong, he thought, seeing the blackened land in a large radius while the burning ashes still fell from the sky, covered in dark smoke. Thud. When the man landed, Sylvester turned to focus on him. I don't think even the body of your daughter is here, but still, maybe you can look around to find one of the bones, or if she had any lockets. His wish was to anger the man, and he succeeded pretty easily. Fuck you, bloody son fucker. Sylvester chuckled. What kind of insult is that? He played with the mind of his enemy. He tried to show he was not serious about fighting when he really was. Whoosh! The bald assassin used a barrage of runes to make earth spikes below Sylvester, throw beams of fire at him, or invisible blades of air. He also used runes that combined elements like earth, water, and fire, throwing a spray of hot, burning mud on Sylvester. But Sylvester was a man who had studied hard for each aspect of magic, especially runes and incantations. His aim from the start was to become the best at fighting. Hence, he used the same runes the man used to stop his attacks. The fire killed fire, air killed air, and Sylvester's Solarium reserves were much bigger. The rule was simple: the higher one's talent, the bigger his reserves. His enemy was also a master wizard, a man of pretty high rank for an assassin, very deadly for Felix and the rest. Sad for you, I suppose your master wizard rank level is lower than mine. Even a difference of one level could prove to be deadly in a fight. Sylvester easily broke all deadlocks of attacks by overpowering them and outlasting his opponent. And now, with nobody annoying him from behind, Sylvester aimed to end this fight. But his wish was not to kill him, so he took his spear in his right hand and aimed, while using the fire element from his left hand to stop the maddening barrage of attacks. His opponent had lost his mind. It was clear from his hazy eyes and mindless magic casting. Whoosh! Sylvester used Knight's runes on the spear and made the tip of his spear heat up. Then, when his opponent used a water attack, he used a fire attack to create a steam screen, the best time to throw the spear. The spear of infinity flew like an eagle ready to hunt, faster than one's eyes could see. Then, cutting the air, it plunged into the assassin's stomach as the heated tip acted like a hot knife on butter. But the force was so great his whole body got pulled along by the spear. Thud! When the steam vanished, Sylvester clapped his hands clean and walked towards the assassin, now nailed on a tree trunk, bleeding profusely from his mouth, eyes, and nose. His eyes were going dark as well, for he had lost the fight and the will to live. He glanced back towards his friends. They had also won the fights, and the woman and two men were kneeling, their swords taken away from them. You think you can die so easily? Sylvester spoke into the man's ears from the side, towering him in height and looking down with hostility. Bam! He pushed a pale blue crystal into the man's mouth and forced the jaw to move. That crystal will keep you alive for some time now. So, are you going to tell me everything? There was silence. Sylvester moved closer, brashly caught the mouth, and moved the face up so the man looked him in his sharp, deadly eyes. It was time to break him mentally. So she was your daughter. I'm sure since I have your body, I can find out who your wife is from the Guild Peninsula. Your daughter was beautiful, to be honest, unlike you, so I guess I know where that beauty came from. Too bad, I will have to catch her now and sell her as a slave. I know a few particularly sick lords who like to play with their slaves. I'm sure they'll at least keep her well fed. The assassin's eyes widened in fear, rage, and helplessness. Dying was acceptable to him. He knew that before starting this job, but this was too much, and the threats coming from the church were no joke. I am James Marshall. I work for King Badger's Assassin Guild. Please spare my wife. She's lost everything now. All she has is a little son." "Oh, so she has a son. Well, the church is always in need of new meat," Sylvester replied, still not satisfied. But he noticed Felix and the rest were bringing their 3 prisoners, so he stopped being so out of line. Instead, he walked to the 3 prisoners, took out a dagger and placed it at the necks of their kneeling bodies. "Tell me who hired you, or they die, and much more." James cried as he shouted back in tears. "I don't know who posts the request. It's an open contract. The bounty on your head is 100,000 gold graces. That's all I know." "What the hell? Am I this expensive?" Sylvester was not shocked by the bounty but more by the price. "How can someone put a bounty on a God's favored's head? Do you know how important I am to the church?" he asked further. James shook his head frantically. "Anyone can. The assassin organizations don't work under laws. Even the Pope has a bounty on the head that stands at 300 million gold graces. Please, don't kill them. We will return quickly. You should do the same. Riveria is home to some of the strongest bounty hunters." Slash. Sylvester nodded and slit his prisoner's throat. The woman fell forward dead. Then he stepped to the side and did the same, and then one more time. He killed the 3 assassins with no mercy in his eyes. "Please don't do this, I beg you," James cried, sensing that he was done for now and his wife would be sold as a slave. "Arg!" As Sylvester thrust the dagger into the man's heart, he whispered into James' ear, "Don't worry, I won't touch your wife and son. I'm not that heartless." At the last moment, James' face showed an elated calmness, and it froze with death. Sylvester cleaned his dagger and pulled back the spear. Then he looked at his teammates, who didn't act surprised at all. "I am not. We are not safe in Riveria. Let's hurry and enter the Highland Kingdom." "I should tell the healer camp to go their own way," Sir Dalaran suggested. "Yes, do that, please. It'd hurt me if they were to be harmed." While he burned the bodies of the 6 assassins, he thought of the fight. It was not as hard as he was expecting, but the bounty on his head was surely going to be obstructing. That prompted him to look at his friends and Sir Dalaran. Of course. He wished for them not to be hurt because of him, but on second thought, he knew they wouldn't leave his side no matter what. They tried to be as low-key as possible in the remaining part of their journey. They ditched their clergy robes and donned regular commoner clothes. Sylvester, in particular, had to dye his hair brown using some chemicals from his arsenal. Slowly, they traveled west on the dirt roads and moved beyond the capital of the river city, where the king lived. They passed by the towering walls of the Harvest School of Magic and Knighthood, one of the 5 greatest wizarding and knightly schools in the world. Then they took a left turn from the intersection and headed towards the Snake River Bridge. Thankfully, with the changed looks, nobody stopped them. Then they finally reached the sunflower fields, the part of Riveria always covered with sunflowers as far as one could see. It was beautiful and mesmerizing to the mind. For the first time, Sylvester saw something like this and couldn't help but appreciate the beauty of this dangerous world. However, all their mood was destroyed when the large castle in the distance appeared on the horizon of the flowers. "We're going to have to be careful here," Sir Dalaran spoke. "That's the fort of the Duke of the Northern Duchy, our only way through the rich wall into the Highland Kingdom. It's heavily guarded, and every man going inside is checked." Sylvester rubbed his chin, trying to come up with a scheme to go. "All right, I will deal with all the items in the back of the cart. You all rip your clothes and pour dirt on yourselves. We shall tell them we're healers but got robbed in our way. We will prove ourselves by showing them healing magic." The idea was not something genius, but it might work. Healers were always in high demand after all, not to mention they carry expensive goods most of the time. So they quickly went to the side of the road and dirtied themselves by swimming in the sunflower fields. Meanwhile, Sylvester ordered Muraj, "Chonky, eat all the items in the carriage." Murrej knew this was not the time to be greedy and ask for a banana, so he vanished all the items in his bottomless belly like the good boy he was. Then, by the time they were on their way again, they looked the ugliest ever. "We need something more. Okay, Felix, you're going to act like your leg is injured. Gabriel, you bite your lips and make blood come out. Sir Dalaram, you're a sorry old man, so get to the back of the carriage and lie down. I will just bloody my clothes and eyes so I appear blind," Sylvester ordered. Sir Dalaram didn't like being called a sorry old man, but he was out of options. So, their little drama company soon reached the gates of the Fort Sunflower. The guards there donned standard Riveria-styled metallic green, full armor from leg guards to helmets, but the man questioning the arrivals was a scribe in neat noble clothes. Identification. Sylvester spoke from the seat while Felix held the reins. My lord, look at us. We were robbed on the road. We are mere healers, and they did this." The scribe looked at Sylvester intently, then Felix, and at last Gabriel on horseback, holding another horse's reins. He then walked to the back of the carriage and saw sleeping Sir Dalaram. Soon the scribe returned to Sylvester's side and appeared to write something on parchment. "Did it work?" Then the scribe smiled gleefully and handed the parchment to Sylvester. "Lord Bard, welcome to Fort Sunflower." Chapter 94. A Good Day Indeed. Rubbing, verb, usually a sign of confusion when done to the hair. And Sylvester did precisely that when the scribe called his name out with so much confidence that it made him question his own intelligence. Felix's jaw fell, Sir Dalaram sat up in the back, and Gabriel nearly fell from his horse. They had tried their best not to be recognized, and yet here they were directly being called out. They all looked at each other's faces for a whole minute, silently asking questions about how they were recognized. Sylvester rubbed his chin and wondered if he should make a run for it. How did he know it was me? My eyes were closed and I had dyed my hair, but trying to push forward now would be suicide. They'd likely have armies in there, but Sylvester decided to publicize his appearance. As long as the general public knew that the famed Bard of the Lord was here, the words would reach the Holy Land, and in the fort, nobody would dare do anything against him. "Were you expecting us, Lord?" The scribe shook his head and respectfully replied, "I'm no lord, but a mere officer of the law. The name's Jord. But yes, Duke Conrad has alerted the city guards and the gate scribes to be on the lookout for 4 injured men, one of them being an old dark-skinned man." Sylvester looked back at Sir Dalaram in annoyance. Meanwhile, Sir Dalaram wondered how he could have changed his skin color, but Sylvester didn't forget to focus on the underlying meaning. "So the Duke knew we were attacked and expected us to be injured. Is he also one of those after my life? Then I suppose he wishes to meet us." Sylvester stopped acting hurt. "Indeed, that's why I have issued this gate pass for you, so you may enter the inner fort immediately. A guard will lead you in, so please follow him." Jord pointed at a guard waiting beside the gates on the horse. Sylvester nodded at the man and followed him into the city. He also used some water runes to wash his hair and let the blonde hair reappear, for they were important for his next plan. The place didn't really have a name, as the entire city was also encapsulated in the fort walls, so it was commonly called Fort Sunflower. The people in the city looked affluent, as not a single beggar was seen on the streets. People seemed happy, smiling and going about their businesses. Kids were running around, doing little errands or just playing. Unsurprisingly, he saw a lot of shops that sold various flowers. The houses were mostly twin stories, with streets wide enough for 2 carriages to move side by side and still leave space for pedestrians. Not only that, for security, there were sentry towers at every intersection. "Duke Conrad seems rich enough to send out a bounty of 100,000, Felix muttered. Sylvester had the same idea, but he didn't speak as he was busy chanting a hymn silently. and that had the intended effect as the bright shining halo appeared behind his head. On top of that, he waved his right palm at the crowd and sent out warm light magic. In the eyes of commoners, he was instantly a holy man. So, as expected, most people dropped to their knees to start praying. He, too, started chanting louder, making sure people knew who he was. Oh, is it such a big crime? I'm merely citing a rhyme. For the beloved Solis, I dedicate this hymn. Your bard has come, everywhere is the Lord's home. So, raise your drums, raise your drums. Get your blessings, Lord's daughters and son. The people now knew who he was. The name of the Lord's bard was famous throughout Gracia and Riveria because of its proximity to the Holy Land and the number of people moving around for trade in the region. The monasteries also kept books with his hymns, for they were great during public congregations to sing. "Am my Lord." Suddenly, a pretty, well-dressed woman ran out of the sides and started jogging beside the carriage. "My Lord, please help me. I've had a chronic stuffy nose and tearful eyes since I was small. I can't breathe at night." "Who the hell does she think I am? A god doctor?" Sylvester cursed internally after hearing her request, but he expected this much after flaunting his halo. "Where do you work?" he inquired. "Ha ha," she was going out of breath from jogging. "At the sunflower fields. My family has been sunflower cultivators for 5 generations." "Ah, so it's probably an allergy," he reckoned. So he quickly tore a cloth from his sleeves and handed it to her. "Use a clean cotton cloth and tie it above your face every time you work in the fields. Sometimes, things you can't see can affect your body greatly. Take care, young one." Wait, why did I say young one? He wondered quickly. But the woman seemed to be on cloud 9 because of it. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." With that, she stopped chasing him, and the carriage also moved into the inner fort after crossing the deep moat around the main building. The guard took them to the Duke's own stables, where they parked the carriage. As soon as they arrived, a brown man was waiting there, old yet tall and strong in neat red noble robes with golden embroidery. He walked to Sylvester and bowed his head a little. "Welcome to Fort Sunflower, Priest Sylvester. I am Duke's Prima, his second in command, Jeremiah Freeman." "Freeman?" Sylvester blurted. "I used to be a slave," Jeremiah replied and looked at Sylvester from head to toe. "Please follow me so you may don some new robes and be presentable for the evening ball." Sir Dalaram quickly interjected. "We are holy men, Lord Jeremiah. Therefore, we do not participate in gatherings of nobles where vices are exchanged. It is not an ordinary ball. Nobles from the whole of the northern duchy will be here, and perhaps Lord Bard can shower his light upon us." Sylvester contemplated going in. He did wish to know more nobles, and it was necessary if he one day wished to achieve great heights in terms of authority. "What kind of man is this Duke?" "Fine, but we shall leave immediately after your gathering, Lord Jeremiah. This is because we have important work in the kingdom beside yours, holy work," he responded. The man quickly led Sylvester and the team into the fort and showed them a small complex of rooms to stay in. It had everything prepared, from bathwater to church robes and some refreshments. Once Jeremiah left, Sylvester ordered his team, "Do not touch the robes or the food. Drink only what you know others have tasted. Do not use the bathwater either. Instead, use your own magic to clean yourself." Sylvester had decided to treat Duke Conrad as he would King Riveria for now. Nobody could be trusted, not even the folks from the local monastery. Knock knock. A while later, some knocks came. Sylvester went ahead and opened the door. It was Jeremiah once again. "Lord Bard, Duke wishes to exchange some words with you in his solar." "I smell no hostility yet." He gave a nod behind to Sir Dalaram and walked out. "Lead the way." Jeremiah brought him to the tower's top floor and led him to an ordinary-looking door at the end of the stairs. "In here, please." Then with one swift motion he opened the door and entered, leading Sylvester in. But for the first time in both of his lives, Sylvester felt his mind going blank. Wealth. Extreme wealth. Today he finally saw what that meant with his eyes. The solar appeared to be at least 50 meters by 50 meters. All he saw was shining gold, silver, emeralds, and diamonds from end to end. Ornaments that Sylvester didn't know could exist were there. There was a bloody full-sized horse made of gold with big diamonds for eyes. Then there were gold replicas of heads of various animals on the wall, each with emerald eyes: bear, deer, wolf, lion, and much more. The ceiling was covered with molten gold engravings so complex that even spiders would feel ashamed. Then there were dozens of chandeliers, and a large one in the middle. The carpet was made of rugged red silk, but with embroidery of real gold strings. The walls were the same, with various elaborate gold-framed portraits, and the sunlight from giant windows on all sides of the tower room added a magnificent shine to everything. "Meow," Murray's lowly voice beside Sylvester's ears. His eyes looked hazy. "Boy, don't pass out." Sylvester knew that the Pope was likely richer than this. Heck, many high-ranking men of the church were richer. But the thing was, clergymen took living with simplicity as a pride. "Welcome, Lord Bard. I call this place the treasury, albeit this is not my treasury, ha-ha." Sylvester looked at the handsome Duke, who stood behind a large desk, also made of gold. The man appeared somewhat similar to Rommel, but that was only limited to the ashen-blonde hair. He seemed to be at least 35, 6'5" tall with a muscular build, and had a short stubble beard. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Grace," Sylvester greeted with a smile. "Come, have a seat. I have wanted to meet the famous bard for a long time. To meet a man who receives words from Solis directly is so divine." Duke Conrad enthusiastically spoke. "Happiness, excitement, and worship, these are good signs." Sylvester recognized the odor released. Duke went as far as to pour water for Sylvester, while Jeremiah stood beside the closed door at the back. "Here, I'm aware of the hindrance on your way, Lord Bard. I am truly disappointed in my father. How could he go against the holy men?" This is pretty direct. Sylvester didn't show many reactions, but he did smell that there were no lies. That made him question the Duke's intentions. Why is he being so kind to me? It's not easy on the divine path to travel. All know it's full of sharp gravel. But one who truly believes shall forever stomp over murderers, assassins, and thieves. Sylvester replied in a few rhymes, a habit of his by now. The Duke smiled ear to ear. "I knew it. My father is blind. How could he accuse you of that pathetic Rommel's weakness? Who knows where he has run off to? But alas, I am once again the Crown Prince of Riveria." "You're the Crown Prince," Sylvester repeated, his face calm but heart bursting. Duke Conrad folded his arms and sat back. "Of course, I am the oldest of my wretched siblings, the future king of Riveria." At that moment, Sylvester felt anxiety in the man's words. But then, everything became clear to him instantly, and he couldn't help but rejoice. "Yes, yes, yes, another crown prince, a pawn, yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about." "Thank you, Solis. I will offer you 10 human sacrifice. I will sing more." Chapter 95, The Bard Can Sing. Sylvester was happy to have found a new pawn, and he knew why the Duke was being so kind to him. After all, King Riveria specifically married a woman wizard to have a highly talented son, because he didn't have faith in his other offspring. This meant the Duke was magically and physically weak, and required the support of high-value individuals like him. A God's favored candidate, the famed blessed bard of the Lord, the highest talent in decades. All this combined ensured that Sylvester would be a top man sooner rather than later, and that's how the Duke can secure the throne. But that left Sylvester in the wonder of one thing: is he as dumb as Rommel? Heck, even Rommel was not dumb. He was just too young and hence was vulnerable to brainwashing. But Duke Conrad was a grown man, and to brainwash him, if possible, won't be fast and easy. He had to learn more things about the man. For that, he needed to spend more time with him, but he didn't have time right now. Maybe on the way back I will. Let's go to the ball. I called the nobles from my duchy for this night especially. It's my birthday today, you see. Sylvester gave a blessing to the man. I pray that you live for centuries to come. Laughing embarrassingly, the Duke walked towards the door. Let's go. I have already donned my clothes of choice, and I believe you won't be changing. No, these robes are my forever clothes. The Duke then led him out of the tower, downstairs, and then towards the largest hall of the fort. And as they got closer to their destination, Sylvester noticed more buzz, decorations, and staff running around. But above all, he saw a few rooms with open doors and heard not-so-family-friendly moans from there. The Duke felt embarrassed and faced his second-in-command, who was walking behind. Stop these activities at this moment. Tell them Lord Bard from Holy Land is here, and I wish not to see anything vile in sight for this night. Did I just cockblock a bunch of nobles? Sylvester jokingly thought and followed in. Lord Bard, do you have any preference for eating? Please tell me so I can order the cooks, Duke asked. Good lad, he knows how to lick shoes. As long as it has nothing to do with alcohol, it will be fine, he replied, remembering a particular meeting with the Pope and Grandpa Monk. Eventually, they reached a large twin door with 2 guards standing at each side, fully clad in armors, swords unsheathed. Let's enter, Lord Bard. I shall announce your arrival myself, and I hope you can give these nobles a word of wisdom from your collection of hymns. Sylvester's main goal was to attract people toward him, so he was not troubled in the slightest, but he wished to use the beautiful instrument today. Is it all right if I use my musical instrument? As if Duke Conrad's ears stood up, he excitedly turned to Sylvester. That is more than what I could ever ask for, the best birthday gift I ever dreamt of. This fucker, Sylvester's brows furrowed as he smelled a hint of lies. Bam! Duke Conrad pushed the large doors open and walked in first. Since he was the main guest anyway, the people stopped talking and looked towards the entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, men of nobility and faith, I thank you for coming to the celebrations. It greatly pleases my heart. But today, someone more significant than me has graced our lands, the Bard of the Lord, Priest Sylvester Maximilian. Duke Conrad entered with great fanfare and exaggerated theatrics. The man was truly a smooth talker, a skill he developed for being weak. Sylvester walked in with a halo behind his head, having already started humming hymns. He didn't waste any more time, and before people could crowd him, he whipped up the soul violin and started playing it slowly at first. He loved this instrument as the soul trees wood on it made it feel fresh, as if all the sounds were full of the richness of Solarium. He walked towards the crowd and stood in the middle, under the largest chandelier with light stones. He could hear the awes of the people, a common reaction from those who see his halo, his hair, and golden eyes. Oh, the light beyond the void of darkness. I await your touch on this world that's so heartless. Sylvester started singing and playing. This time his lyrics were meant to sound more like an actual song than a hymn. He then closed his eyes, held the violin up, and moved around in rhythm with the music. It was nothing extra. He was still standing in one place just as he appeared to be enjoying his creation as well, which he was. However, the song may seem to be about Solis, but it was actually dedicated to another light in his dark heart. I long to see you shine, O beloved of mine. My day starts and ends on you, as per the Lord's design. You are so amazing, so divine, more intoxicating than the wine. Forever shall you remain in my heart, for it's your eternal shrine. He was meant to do this, to move people with his words. That was the whole point of the halo. After so many years, sure enough, His voice was now ethereal to hear with the right amount of bass and heaviness in it. He moved around slowly, gracefully, his long golden blonde hair fluttering with motion. The breeze slowly filled the hall, thanks to the wizard's place to keep the hall cool with elemental air magic. Fools they were, for what Sylvester sang was tragic. It was like another day. I woke up for you. You were my home, where my rent was always due. No clue, what God was about to do. Who knew today the light won't pass through? Sylvester could feel the smells from the people around him. He reflected his emotions vaguely with the words, but the effect was all the same. The pleasant heating aroma on his tongue with a slight tulip ensured there were enough worshippers, but the chills of fear and tangerines of anxiety with the rotten smell of sadness revealed there were enough sinners. Just a thought of you was like an unsuspecting prize. Oh, my beloved, you leave me cherished, so energized. But with darkness clouding, how shall I rise? Yet a true believer, however, worries not if he dies. He decided to end it now with some profound words from the Lord. It was his sorrow. He could not really sing the words his mind had stored. I despise, close to me is death. The darkness that now stands in my path. O Lord, it's hard to take another breath. Be my light, be my hope, be the bringer of strength. He started playing the violin faster and heavily, then brought it to a slow end with his last few words. I pray here let them fall, your divine rays. For now, for tomorrow, for infinite days. Pray his words, for the eternal fire blaze. May soles carry our soul when this mortal body decays. May the holy light forever enlighten our ways. He finally stopped and put the bow and the violin away while he looked around at the various faces. He mainly felt regrets from the people and tearful eyes on some. Some felt guilty for doing something wrong, and some merely missed their home. Amen. Duke Conrad suddenly blurted loud, appearing somewhat shaken as his eyes moistened. But hearing him, all the others shouted the same. Amen. Sylvester nodded his head and walked to the side to put the violin in the case, letting the party continue. But as he was doing it, a tall, clean-shaven, white-haired old man interrupted him. Marvelous show of worship, Lord Bard. I feel cleansed hearing your voice and the music. Sylvester recognized the robes. They belonged to clergy but were far too noble. The rank plate on the chest gave away the arch-wizard, while the mitre on the head revealed he was a cardinal. I'm glad you cherished it, Cardinal Suprema. They were just some words from the heart and some guidance the Lord departs. Sylvester replied respectfully, as the latter was Cardinal Suprema of this duchy. I heard what happened in your way. I assure you that I will get it investigated immediately, while the Holy Land will hear about it too. These assassins have gone out of line now. Lies Sylvester smelled them as clear as day, instantly bringing the man's credibility down to zero. And my lord. All of a sudden, a noble woman came to Sylvester's side. Black-haired, tall, and seriously beautiful. She seemed nervous as her hands tugged at the hem of her noble gown. What do you need, my lady? He asked, already sensing the aroma of rose and sweat combine. It was lust. She looked left and right nervously, then closed her eyes before fairly loudly asking, Give me your blessed seed. The awkwardness, that was all Sylvester could feel. The nobles and servants alike looked at him and the woman. At that moment, Sylvester felt some heated gazes as well, from all the women in the room, from young maidens to old hags, their lust overpowering his senses. I'm in danger. My lady, you know very well that I am a man of faith. I have taken the vows of Deus service to never indulge in the vice of lust or make a family. He replied. However, he knew that the woman didn't want his seeds because he was the bard, but rather because of his extreme talent. The woman looked confused, however. What do you mean, Cardinal here always? Ah, my lady, I think you should return to your friends. I'm sure Lord Bard here is tired and wishes to have some rest. Cardinal Suprema quickly sent the woman away. But Sylvester was not blind. So this cardinal is breaking the vows of celibacy. Well, it's a minor thing. Sylvester bid his farewell and walked to Felix, who was trying his best to send women away who wanted to have a dance with him. It seems we're famous. Felix scoffed. Nuisance. If I wish to break my abstinence, it will be with a lady of high morals. Social standings don't mean anything to me. Good lad. Sylvester patted his shoulder as he walked towards the exit. It was time they headed out to Marcus Village. Max, Felix muttered, seriousness in his voice. I know you, and I know it when I see it. So tell me honestly, who was that song for? Did you lose someone important in life? Sylvester smiled and shrugged. Not at all. I haven't lost anyone in this life. Goff. Lord Bard, wait. Duke Conrad stopped him again. Why leave so fast? We have battle games next, especially organized for my birthday. Battle games. Sylvester had not heard about this before. In the public arena, fighters will battle. Today, my favorite slave will fight to retain his top spot. It will be exhilarating. Ah, you mean attorney? Sylvester asked. But the Duke didn't nod. No, I mean battle games, death matches. Chapter 96, 10 Years a Slave. Boom, boom, boom. Drums around the arena's edge resounded in unison and cheered the crowds. The arena in the Fort Sunflower was not that big, able to seat merely 5,000 people. But that was enough, as only nobles, merchants, and wealthy citizens were allowed to visit it, as they spent the most money on food, entry fees, and better seats. The arena was like a typical Colosseum structure, with steps as chairs. But the first 3 rows had well-cushioned chairs, with a luxury-roofed box at one edge for the Duke and important guests. Here he comes. Duke proudly pointed at one of the entry gates on the battlefield below. You'll be shocked to know that when I found him, he was merely a slave doing manual labor, and he used to be a merchant before being sold. Sylvester watched as the doors on one end opened, and from it came out a 6-foot-tall, Taruges-wearing man. His upper body was naked and defined with fine muscles. He was only wearing left shoulder armor for protection. On his head was a helmet and a skull mask on his face. He held a thick sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Why was he sold? Sylvester inquired. I don't know. The Duke before me bought him 10 years ago. His real name is Caecilius Sylvanus. Used to be a merchant, then got into a mess with some smuggling gang and they targeted his shipments. Eventually, he lost everything and was sold for his debts owed, including his family of wife, son, and daughter. Of course, how could the tragedy be limited to one man? Sylvester internally scoffed. Every time he starts spending some time in peace, the world reminds him of how messed up it is. Where is his family? With me, Duke replied. I'm not that heartless, Lord Bard. Some lord had bought his family and I repurchased them. Then gave this man an offer that if he stayed at the top in this arena for 10 years, he could have his and his family's freedom. As of now, he stayed at the top for 5 years. Maddening how he turned from a merchant to a warrior. Doesn't the Pope wish to abolish slavery? I can see why. Sylvester watched the fight start soon after. The man named Caecilius, now nicknamed the Butcher, started slowly walking sideways in anticipation. It was a 1 versus 5 fight, the Butcher being there to hold his top position. Sylvester tried to feel the emotions behind the man's skull mask, but he was far too away, and the excitement of the people around him overwhelmed his senses. Clash! With his mighty arms, the Butcher went ahead and slashed his blade down straight on one of his challenger's heads. Haga! Thud! The challenger's body got split in half and fell to the sides. The crowd roared with pleasure, however, enjoying the show of violence. But the Butcher showed no emotion and simply moved on to hunt for his next target. It was hard to gauge how strong each of them was, but Sylvester reckoned the fight was already decided. The butcher was too strong for the rest, and even when the remaining four attacked him together, the butcher leaped around like a lion and hunted them down. A man fighting to free his family. I pity this poor soul, but slavery is perfectly legal under the law. The best I can do is... Sylvester got up from his seat and walked to the edge. He waited until the man killed his last opponent, turning the hard soil bloodied with the guts of the less fortunate. But Sylvester noticed signs of a broken man in the butcher, as the man didn't even celebrate and stood there like a machine turned off. He's been doing this for 5 years. What a strong man. If he does survive, I might just give him a job. Use it wisely. He boomed as he threw a small silk pouch full of gold graces, 500 to be precise. It was enough to let the man buy good enough armor and have better odds of survival. I suppose I can count this as assignment expense and get the reimbursement later. Of course, Sylvester was not going to lose money foolishly. On the contrary, this was an investment for the future because now the man was likely to remember him for as long as he lived. Knowing how things work around, Sylvester also spoke with the Duke. Let him keep it. The man deserves some respect for his unwavering will. The Duke nodded. I agree. But I hope you don't make it a habit, for the next segment is the rookie fight where the most bloodshed occurs. I'm afraid I will have to move, for we must reach the destination as soon as possible, for we are responsible for the evil unstoppable. It was great meeting you, and I hope we meet again on my return journey. Sylvester bid his farewell since the sun was setting. Marcus village was very close to the border, so he wished to depart quickly. The Duke stood up and shook Sylvester's hand. I understand, Lord Bard. I won't keep you held here any longer. Thank you for your serene hymns. You truly took the spotlight away from me on my own birthday. Sylvester chuckled. A bit too much, I'm afraid. Both of them laughed for a few more minutes in their small talk and parted ways. Duke retook his seat and Sylvester left with his team. This time, since they had exclusive permission, they got their carriage, horses, and fresh supplies, and the moment twin moons shined, they headed out. They first headed for the Rich Wall and crossed it after getting clearances from the guards on both sides of the wall. The ones on the Highland Kingdom side were pretty lax and didn't care as soon as they heard the word church. So the four moved on their way. But sadly, the road turned for the worse soon after. It was so bumpy that the carriage's spring suspension seats made menacing creaking noises. Take the right. Sir Dalaram spoke from a few feet in front. Then, as they took the side road, it turned even worse. It was better to say that there was no road, but rather some foot trails left by animals. At least it was all flat land, though barren. The sand slowly started to turn bright yellow, proving they were in desert lands. In no time, they saw dead trees, ominously standing here and there. Let's head to the monastery directly. It's night time and the village is probably asleep, Sylvester suggested. Also, since Marcus was brought up under the guidance of the local archpriest, it was better to meet the man first. Soon, under the bright moonlight, they saw the mighty wall of void in the distance, the cliff that separated the divine desert and the rest of the eastern side of Saul. It was as magnificent as when Sylvester was little, so high that the village in the distance appeared like grass. We're here, Felix exclaimed and slowed the carriage. The church monastery was merely at one end of the village, so they tried not to make much noise. But the houses looked so out of shape that they would have taken it as an abandoned village if not for the candle lights from a few homes. Life does not seem to be going well around here, Gabriel muttered in pity. The dogs on the streets barked as best as they could, for they looked malnourished. Chonky even threw some fruits out of his dimensional mouth out of pity for the animal kingdom. Sir Dalaram, who's the main noble around these parts? Sylvester inquired, wondering why Marcus village was not cared for. After thinking and remembering the map a little more, Sir Dalaram answered, I believe it's the governor's keep, as he runs the daily administration of all lands north of Sand City. Since the Highland Kingdom is so small and the king and queen have no heir, they didn't create any duchy. Instead, it's all divided into counties directly under the royals. Eventually, after moving between mud-brick houses, they finally reached the monastery, which was also run down in appearance. Its tiled roof was falling apart, while the paint on the walls was chipping off with the plaster. Even the poor Pitfall town had a better monastery than here, Sylvester muttered and jumped off the carriage to knock. He expected the clergyman to be asleep, as it was nearly midnight, but, "We have nothing left, go away." Before Sylvester could knock on the door, an angry voice from inside resounded. Sylvester felt fear in the voice, so he stepped back a little and shouted back, "I am Priest Sylvester Maximilian, here from the Holy Land, regarding Marcus." Marcus! In an instant the door opened, and an extremely old-looking archpriest came out, his eyes appearing hazy, his hunched back appearing painful. The wrinkles on the man's face, along with the beard, moved as he spoke. "Is Marcus alive? Did he come with you?" This must be Marcus, mentor. Sylvester felt nothing but pity for him. Gabriel started. "I'm afraid not. We are his friends and spent 8 years of school together." The old man's eyes opened wide. "Ah, you must be Sylvester, Felix, Gabriel, and Sir Dalaram. Marcus used to talk a lot about you four in his letters." Felix moved in and helped the old man stand up, as the latter seemed to be having a hard time with just a cane. "Let's go inside, archpriest." Name's Norin Rod, respected priest. He introduced himself and led them in. Sadly, there were no rooms for visitors in the monastery, as it was minimal to begin with, and had only one giant hall, so they decided to sleep on the roof. But the archpriest also followed them there, leaving his makeshift bed in the hall, saying he'd be ashamed if he let the guests suffer while he relaxed. Then, for the night, they all went to sleep in their portable mattresses, deciding to talk about everything else later in the morning. Tired from the long day and journey, they didn't even know when they started snoring. But morning came fast as the sun rose from the west. Before they knew it, the burning desert sunlight made them sweaty and woke them up. "Arg!" Felix angrily jumped to his feet, drenched in sweat. "Should have put on a roof first." However, he then walked to the edge of the roof and looked at the village, hopping to see activities. Why are there so many people gathered? He noticed a crowd far away. Sylvester soon threw a pillow at Felix for disturbing him. "Shut up, you noisy brat." "Max, look there." Sylvester walked over annoyedly. "What? It's just people going to wait. Why are they being put in cages?" The old archpriest walked over, hearing them, and looked in the same direction. Sorrow and horror were apparent in his eyes. "They are going for a hunt." Sylvester frowned as he felt rage in the man's emotions. "People here hunt regularly." The archpriest shook his head and pointed in another direction, where a few well-armed men rested on horses, surrounding a noble most likely. "People don't go to hunt, but to be hunted." "What do you mean?" confused Sylvester exclaimed. "Priest Sylvester, in our stomach resides an evil, who, if not satisfied, can make one sell their soul to the devil." Chapter 97, It's a Trap. What the hell is going on in this village? Sylvester tried to make a wild guess but didn't want to accept it. "Tell me everything, Archpriest Norin," he demanded. "The man over there is Master Hornbill, who runs this area for his liege, Baron Vermilion." Archpriest pointed at the men on horseback, watching the villagers being put inside the cage slowly. "Our village faced a heavy drought this year, and nothing grew. And with the death of Marcus, the head monastery of the region does not send money anymore. The people are desperate to survive here, have kids too. So, like hyenas smelling meat, Master Hornbill came to abuse them. He loves to hunt, but as you can see, the area surrounding us is barren desert flatland. So he offered to pay the villagers who agreed to become his prey in the hunts. He pays 10 muds to each participant, and he will pay 1 silver crown for every death. Those men and women you see willingly accept death. As they step into that cage, they have made peace with their lives. The old man's voice started to crack by the end, unable to see the suffering of the people he saw grow from little kids. Sir Dalorum, Felix, and Gabriel felt angered by that too. They knew darkness existed in the world, but the example in front of them was of the negligence of duty and exploitation of the poor. Sylvester was not too shocked, however. It was common for the worst of humanity to come out during a crisis. He'd have ignored it if the abuser was an ordinary man, but here the case was the noble supposed to look after these people. What about Marcus' family? Archpriest shook his head. Last month, Marcus' father died from this hunt. He survived 9 such runs, but a man can't always be lucky. What? Marcus was a man of faith. How can his family be treated like that? Did you not make it clear? Felix butted in. I did, but no one listened. Initially, when Marcus was selected as God's favored candidate, the whole village was proud and happy as the future looked bright. So when he dropped out, his family received a lot of hate, and now that he's gone, sadly, nobody cares. It saddened the 3 boys to think the people were so cruel just because Marcus chose to live by dropping out. But that left them questioning how the family was doing now and what to do with this case. Sylvester sighed and looked toward the people. Why is it that we never really find happy places? Sir Dalorum reminds him quickly. You're an SI priest. It's your job to find and cure the rotten part of the society around us. In that case, let's play a real game of hunting with this noble. Boys, I have a plan, so hear me out. Sylvester gathered his team on the side and plotted an excellent scheme. The thing was that he was a member of the church, and as sanctum inspector, his jurisdiction was only over church matters. He could not interfere in the affairs of nobles. But soon they all started, heading to fulfill their decided role. Sylvester, meanwhile, put some dye on his hair and brows and put on commoner clothes, torn from some places. This one's for you, Marcus. May your soul rest in peace. Sylvester moved out of the monastery and headed towards the crowd. The guards there selected young men and women who could run fast since the Baron hunted on horseback with a bow. Old people were an easy target, and women start to get slow after middle age. So young men and women were the ideal choice. Kids were spared, however. Sylvester had some dirt on his face and a lot more on his clothes. He let out a long breath and thinned his cheeks to appear sick. Then he tried to walk forward slowly from the crowd. He was afraid of being called out by the people themselves, but when he reached the place, he realized it was a flesh market. The guards simply picked a person and moved them into the caged cart. Of course, he was a little over 6 foot, so he stood out in the crowd, not to mention he appeared young, a good runner for the Lord. Have I ever seen you before? All of a sudden, a middle-aged man called him out in the crowd. Sylvester didn't look at him and acted like he was only focused on being selected for the job and making some money. Internally, Sylvester was annoyed. Of course, someone was going to ask this. It's just a small village, and people probably know each other. You tall boy, get in. Finally, it didn't take long for Sylvester to get selected and be shoved into the caged cart and huddled with 12 other people. Soon there was not even enough space to stand up properly, as the crowd was too much. I should try to be in the line of sight of Master Hornbill. He planned, as it was his aim to be hunted. Eventually, the horses pulled their cage without care for their well-being, and brought them east of the village to a small patch of land where a few dying trees were left. It was the best place to hunt, as the trees provided enough locations to hide and make it challenging. You all know what needs to be done. You all must run away when I whistle, and you shall have until this minute glass loses all its sand. The guard debriefed the people. Sylvester could feel the smell of brokenness from the people. Funny enough, it also smelled like rotten flesh. There was not an ounce of happiness in that cage, yet all were on the same page, since death did not discriminate between ages. Go! The guard opened the gate of the cage, and everyone ran out. Sylvester got out last and walked away as if he were strolling in the park. Not only that, he also spat on the ground while walking, showing the noble that he was not afraid. Sylvester could expect a man who takes pleasure in hunting people to be enraged by the disrespect from who he considered his prey. "Come on, fool, take this holy meat," Sylvester muttered while walking slow enough that it'd take a long time to vanish from the line of sight. He was not trying to hide, which should have raised red flags in the noble's mind, but the latter was too accustomed to living in luxury where he didn't have to think a lot. "Woof! Woof! Makesy, friends are here," Chonky meowed from his shoulder. Sylvester chuckled and stopped the hounds first. He used the fire element to leave the land under his feet, so hot the paws of the hounds would hurt, discouraging them from running more or faster. Eventually, the sound of hooves resounded, and like a bunch of wolves, the men chased. Sylvester was the closest and in plain sight. It was like a real animal hunt, as the guards moved ahead and tried to make Sylvester run in the direction they wanted. Sylvester obliged and ran zigzag, avoiding the arrows fired from Master Hornbill's bow. "All right, it's time to play my game." Sylvester suddenly turned around and faced the noble with crossed arms and a raised chin of pride. "Stop this instant, you insolent man." However, it was too late to stop for Master Hornbill, not that he planned to. So seeing Sylvester static, he aimed and set loose the arrow. Whoosh! It hit, Master Hornbill cheered, his face sweating under the desert heat. Sylvester didn't fall, however, and stayed standing while the arrow was implanted into his right arm's muscles. He didn't let it hurt him much, but ensured some blood came out. Arg, he acted of being hurt. Then, as Master Hornbill was aiming again, Sylvester roared, "This heathen, arrest this man!" Whoosh! Just like how the arrow came, now Felix, Gabriel, and Sir Dalaram appeared and took down all these guards with ease as they were just some simple black knights. In contrast, Master Hornbill was a nobody, even below a black knight. "Who are you, brigands? What do you want?" Hornbill sneered at them, unaware of his situation. Sylvester pulled the arrow out of his arm and showed the church's insignia locket around his neck, usually worn by clergy. "You dare harm the envoy of the Holy Land. This is punishable by death." The sense of fear, chills, and vibrations on the tongue was all Sylvester felt in return. It was clear the man had understood the gravity of his situation. "Why you trapped me in this?" Hornbill accused, clearly not as dumb as one would think. "I will tell the Baron." But before he could run away, Felix jumped and tackled him down from horseback, not holding back his weight at all. "Where are you going now, mad dog? It's time we finally put you down." "Let me go," he tried to fight back. Sylvester looked around and noticed the villagers peeking out from behind the trees and looking in fear. "Don't worry, I am from Holy Land and the village shall not suffer any longer. Return to your homes, for tonight we hold this man's trial." "What about them?" Gabriel asked about the guards. Sylvester didn't care for them either. "I will question them later. If they're doing it as a job, then I'm fine, but if they are doing it because they like it, then off their head goes." Hearing about the beheading, Master Hornbill started crying and cursing. "You bastards, the Baron will stop you, just let the words reach him." Felix burst into chuckles. "You think a mere Baron scares us? Fool, just a month ago, we erased a count's entire family from existence in the Ironstone Duchy." No more words were spoken, and the man was thrown into the cage carriage that brought his prey before. Now, the predator had become the prey, the best case of karma on display. However, Sylvester had to travel slowly as the villagers needed to walk back, but the four ensured the people had enough water to drink with their magic. Marcus was probably the first or one of the few people with wizarding talent in this area, he thought during the march back. As they reached the outskirts of the village, Sylvester noticed a large crowd of people nervously standing there, likely awaiting the return of their loved ones. Today was going to be a happy day for them as no one had died. Sylvester didn't stop and entered the village on horseback. For this occasion, he had tied Master Hornbill with a rope to the back of his saddle. The man was being dragged on the dry, sandy road, crying with each bump. The people parted ways and saw Sylvester going toward the monastery. So they also followed and soon gathered around the rundown house of God. But before that, he looked back at his companions. "Felix and Sir Dalorum, you two go to this noble's house and pillage it, for there is no greater retribution than some wealth redistribution." "Don't start without me," Felix requested. "Don't worry, I'm just a bard, so you'll be the one swinging sword." Chapter 98, Lioness Family. "Sir Dalorum, you go from the back and I will charge from the front. I have scouted the region. The whole property has merely 5 guards, likely as strong as those we beat earlier." Felix had arrived at the wealthy mansion of Master Hornbill. Master Hornbill was half a noble, a servant of the Baron who looked after one of the regions. So he didn't have as much money to hire strong guards, not that he needed them since it was extremely rare for him to cross paths with people of Sylvester's rank. Felix jumped over the boundary wall and stepped on the neat, smooth, green grass. Yes, even the desert can have a green grass lawn if one is rich enough. He crouched down, walked stealthily behind the guards one by one, and punched them in the back of their heads, dropping them unconscious. There were 5 guards only, and the rest were the family members of the noble. Thankfully, there were no kids, only the wife and parents of Master Hornbill. It was easy for Felix to hogtie them and throw them into one of the rooms. By then, Sir Dalorum had also cleaned the property's backyard and regrouped with Felix. "Where is the vault? Tell me, or I will start harming you 3. Felix scared the family of 3. "Stop," Sir Dalorum interrupted, however. It was not because he felt bad, but because he had a better way. "We are from the church. Your husband, Master Hornbill, has been arrested for the crime of harming an envoy from the Holy Land. For this heathenish act, he's being put on the chopping board. However, we may reduce the sentence if you give away the money to the people of Fallshoot Village." "I suppose this should be proof enough." Sir Dalorum threw a few rings at the 3 family members. They quickly started to cry after recognizing them to be Hornbill's. In no time, Hornbill's wife was taking them to the underground vault, whose secret entrance was hidden behind a bookcase. The vault was small but full of not only gold and silver coins but many other artifacts too, and wild enough. Some of them belonged to the village monastery. "Will you let my husband go after this?" the woman asked them. Felix nodded. "Sure, but that's our leader's decision, so you're going to have to ask him as well." Sir Dalorum and he both knew what kind of man Sylvester was. He would never go soft on Master Hornbill no matter how much he pays or his family pleads. And now, since the man had stolen church property too, the crimes were pretty grave. With no people harmed, both took a stagecoach from the house, put all the coins and artifacts in, and rode back towards the Fallshoot Village. It was time to tell the people the good news. "Stand in line, don't push each other, please." Gabriel stood at the door of the monastery and ordered the villagers around. The word had spread around that a person from the Holy Land was here about something, and now they had caught the master of the lands for harming the bard of the Lord. Honestly, most people here had not heard about Sylvester much. Even the word bard was not as famous. So to them, he was just another person who held some power. But Sylvester decided to help them first, so he sent the words out that any sick man, woman, or child could come to the monastery for healing. He just didn't realize that in a village of 2,000 poor, malnutrition people, almost all had some sort of ailment. But eventually, He was able to fix the problem fast because most people had common ailments. For example, some had constipation due to a lack of food and water. Some had bleeding gums, and some had pain in parts of the body. The solution was the same for all: get food. But that was a rarity in this case. Still, he tried his best to heal the injuries at least and fix their daily habits that could help. We're back. Felix walked into the monastery proudly. The stagecoach was parked outside, being guarded by Sir Dalaram. It's a lot, honestly. It can definitely help people to buy food. As for the water, we need to dig a well. I've told people to come tomorrow to get some compensation. Great, we shall hold the trial of Master Hornbill and his stooges tonight. Now sit here and help me treat these people. There are too many. Felix furrowed his brows. I'm not good at healing magic. Sylvester scoffed. Look there, even Gab is helping. Don't worry, you can be my assistant. Bright Mother Felix, I shall call you that for today. No questions were asked, and the tall man sat beside Sylvester and started to see the patients. Their healing involved simple surface-level work. They didn't do any surgeries as it was not their forte. Sadly, the closest healing camp or large monastery with a healer was hundreds of kilometers away, so people appreciated this as well. Say, you don't brush your teeth, right? Use charcoal every day in the morning. Felix started to check patients. It was free, so why not get the checkup done? This was probably what the villagers thought, as they kept all the boys busy until the evening. But for the night, they had plans already. Sir Dalaram didn't come with the three, as he didn't know Marcus that well. So, Sylvester, Felix, and Gabriel went to the little house of the Lioness family. It was a little house with 2 rooms and a cooking area combined with a hall made of mud bricks. But it was falling apart slowly, clear from the sight. That bastard, he shouldn't have left silently. Felix cursed lowly as they arrived. Gabriel didn't call him out for language this time. What are we going to tell his mum and siblings? This time, Sylvester honestly didn't know. They had recently lost the man of the house as well. In 1 year, Marcus and his father both died. The loss must be devastating, they reckoned. We will be honest and hand over the money. She does not know us, so it'd be strange to try and act intimate. All we can do is extend our helping hand and care for them, that's it, he said and knocked. Knock, knock. The door soon creaked open, made of rotting wood. From inside came a woman with eyes the same as Marcus, pitch black. But she appeared unwell as her body was too skinny, her cheeks caved in, and her eyes looked hollow. Who is it, Mum? A girl also came out, probably around 15 or so. She had the same brown hair and eyes, while her face had many similarities with Marcus. She, too, appeared thin but less than her mother. Sylvester spoke in his soothing singing voice. I am Sylvester, and these are Felix and Gabriel. We're Marcus friends. Years ago we made a pact and we're here to fulfill it. In an instant, the woman's eyes teared up and she rushed back in, not wanting to appear weak to strangers. The girl stayed, however, albeit with similarly saddened eyes. Big Brother used to talk about you in his letters. You look exactly like I imagined you 3 to be. Gabriel handed over a bamboo basket full of edibles. Please use them. They won't last long but can help keep the bodies healthy. Thank you, how should I call you? She appeared embarrassed. Felix thumped his chest. Big Brother, of course. All of us are your big brothers. Thank you, she smiled, but the pain was apparent. I'm Eli's. Can we come in? Eli's, we have something important to talk about to your mother, Sylvester asked. The mother-daughter duo quickly invited them into the house that barely had any furniture or decorations. There were just walls meant to protect one from nature. As one would expect, the cooking area was a conventional wood-burning stove made of clay adjacent to a chimney on the floor. For light, the stove was also the only source. Why are they so poor? Didn't Marcus send them any money? Sylvester wondered after looking at the condition. The three were invited to sit in the cooking area and offered water. Of course, food was being offered, but it was being cooked with the ingredients they had just given them. "Where is Morris?" Sylvester asked about the youngest brother of Marcus. Eli sighed at that while she cut vegetables. "He went out to get water from the lake. Every evening a dozen people form a party and go east to a natural lake. Wild animals drink water there, so they have to be careful, and it takes time. Since Master Hornbill killed their father, we've had to sell most of what we had to survive and get food. The only solace is the thought that we're in a better condition than poor people of the Sorrow Kingdom." Gianna, Marcus' mother, spoke from near the stove. "Was there a drought in Sorrow as well?" Gabriel wondered. "Don't know, but many refugees have started appearing from there, turning into thieves and outlaws. Living in this village will soon turn into hell, I'm afraid. Marcus used to talk about buying land in the east near the Snake River. It was his dream," she added sadly. Sylvester didn't waste time and took out the money bag. It was big and heavy, for it also contained Felix and his contribution. "As per our pact, we're here to hand back Marcus' savings to you and his belongings." He silently handed the bag to her and watched her emotions. Hate, sadness, fear, anxiety, and hope. There was so much mix-up that it was hard to pinpoint. Gianna opened it and looked inside. It was all gold, hundreds of them. How much is this?" 5,000, Felix blurted. She cried silently and held the bag close to her chest like it were a person. She let her eyes bawl out but didn't make any sound. He's gone and is still looking out for us. He was always like this, my Marcus, my son." Sylvester would be lying if he said he didn't feel anything as the image of smiling Xavia appeared in his mind, the only mother he had known in 2 lives. "Will she cry if something happened to me, like this?" "Buy some land with this in the east. Marcus would want this," Gabriel suggested, as that would be best for them since the man of the house was dead too. Felix even decided to help. "I know people who ca." Knock knock. Bam! All of a sudden, the door of the house was kicked open. Sylvester and Felix rushed to pick up their weapons and angrily walked over. There were 2 neatly armored knights forcefully entering. "Are you the priests who arrested Master Hornbill? We are retainers of Baron Vermilion, and you are to release the man right now by the law of non-interference." "Silence, rotten heretics," Sylvester's voice boomed. Sylvester and Felix were taller than the 2 and towered over them. Sylvester put the tip of his spear on one man's throat, while Felix did the same with the end of his sword. Both stared at the knights as if they were dead men. Sylvester then ordered coldly, "Felix, I'll get the chopping block. You prepare the sword with the sharpening rock." Chapter 99. Sylvester the Builder. It was night, yet people crowded the widest part of the street in the village to witness the public execution. Many were feeling confused about this. On the one hand, they loved that their tormentor and abuser would be killed, but now they wondered who would pay them money. But Sylvester's voice echoed throughout before they could realize their thoughts in words. He was in full church attire with a priest's mitre on top of his head. He raised his right palm towards the people and showered them in the bright light of the Lord, light magic. And on his left hand was the book of law of light. Behind his head, however, was the halo right now as he sang like a menacing cuckoo announcing a man's end. "Along went your sins ignored. You were chosen by the Supreme Lord. Despite all the signs, you failed to forebode. Virtuous get blessed, but sinners get the sword. So I speak on this night in the name of God, as his one true bard." The halo vanished, but then the book shone along with the light on his other hand. Then automatically a page turned open, and Sylvester read it loud. "In the year 5116 of the Lord, I, Sylvester Maximilian, by the authority given by the Holy Land, read Master Hornbill's sins. Violation of Articles 4, 4A, 4B, and 12. Finally, the gravest gross violation of Article 10, harming a clergyman, is punishable by death, and you even broke Article 10A by stealing church property. For this, you are excommunicated and sentenced to death by beheading. Priest Felix, please proceed. Gabriel walked behind the keening noble and pushed his head over the chopping block. Stay still in the name of the Lord. Your future has been decided by the bard. I do not accept this. This is madness. This is an overreach of power. The Baron will not sit quite after this. Felix scoffed and prepared his sword. Then he shall see my blade as well, reminding him his fort, his shell, everything is breakable. Felix put on the helmet and swung his long sword, heavy in weight, sharp as a thin blade. Bam! Thud! All it took was 1 second to chop the head and let it fall like a dead stone. The woman, the wife of the man, was crying at the side, asking for mercy. But Sylvester had simply told her that if her husband could bring back to life all those he killed, then he'd forgive the man. Of course, even necromancers can't bring a dead man back to life, so all she could do was cry and watch. May the holy light enlighten his soul and our paths. Sylvester ended the ceremony and let Sir Dalaran put a white cloth on the body so it could be tied and burnt. The pyre was also set nearby, so it didn't take long before the dead body erupted in red flames, illuminating the faces of the villagers. However, Sylvester had felt the doubt in people's hearts, so he announced to them quickly, "Tomorrow morning, come to the monastery to receive your monetary compensation." He then looked at Sir Dalaran. "I need you to go and bring supplies for this village, mainly grains, vegetables that can be stored and also sown later." Soon the long night ended, and people returned to their homes to sleep. The 2 knights the Baron sent were staying in the monastery too, where Sylvester handed them a letter. "When you return, give this to the Baron, and tell him to open his eyes and care for his land, or else, if we find another man harming the people as Hornbill did, I will also consider him a heretic." The 2 knights were scared at this point, as they had understood they were far too weak to fight them. Also, they now knew the gravity of Hornbill's crimes, so they had no legal grounds. That night, too, all of them went to sleep on the terrace of the monastery. However, their rest was disturbed when they heard a sudden commotion outside. Sylvester annoyedly looked from the edge and saw the villagers had already started to camp outside the monastery for monetary compensation. Do they think we will run away with the money? Well, they're not wrong. Sylvester forced himself to fall asleep by using Muraj as his neck cover. The furry boy sleeps like a log, so he didn't even know. The following day, they sorted all the money into equal parts for the people to get. Since there were more kids in the village than adults due to the hunts the old noble did, the church needed more staff so the orphans could be cared for. From Hornbill's treasury, Sylvester gave half of the money to the monastery to help get the required food. Then he gave 3 gold graces each to all the people, which would get them by for 6 months or so. By then, more aid would come, as he had sent a letter to the Holy Land and the Cardinal Suprema of the area. That whole activity lasted till the afternoon, and then Sylvester and the rest went to find locations to dig deep water wells. Since Felix and Gabriel had earth elements as their main, and secretly Sylvester, it was easy to dig. But to find the water, they needed water elements. They went to different spots and tried to pull water droplets from the ground with the help of magic, and they estimated the depth of water by how much time it took the droplets to come out. So eventually, they finalized 5 locations, each having water at 30 meters. After that, they got to work. Instead of individually digging the land, they decided to use runes. Sylvester used the same runes in the fight against the assassins to lift the ground up. "Everyone stay back," Felix boomed to warn the onlookers. 1, 2. The 3 boys stood around the large circular rune to pull up land, while Sir Dalaran stood on the side with his sword out, ready to push away the pulled dirt. "Go!" On Sylvester's signal, all three of them activated the same rune with their magic, which intensified the rune's effect. Boom! With a loud explosive noise, the earth in the shape of a cylinder came out of the ground as if it were a pillar. Bam! Sir Dalaran used sword magic and struck the tall pillar with the fuller side, throwing it away easily. Their activity left a 30-meter-deep pit whose end was hard to see in dim light. "Okay, who is jumping in to dig now?" Felix asked his friends. Sylvester didn't wish to, as doing so would likely leave him covered in dirt. "Let's use a game called rock, paper, and scissors. In short, rock beats scissors, scissors beat paper, and paper beats rock." After teaching them the simple rules, Sylvester started the game. Rock, paper, scissors. "I won." Gabriel showed the paper while the others had a rock. Now it was just between the two, so Sylvester tried to read his friend as much as possible. Okay, he's excited and hopeful, but what will he make? Rock. He seems confident. Yes, it will be a rock, and it matches his personality of a tough boy. After analyzing, Sylvester started. Rock, paper, scissors. Puh. Yes, I win. I win. Felix jumped around happily in triumph, having shown scissors. Sylvester was left questioning his evaluation. How? Felix proudly raised his chin and spoke. "Ha, I've known you for 8 years, boy. I know you're good at reading people, so I went against my instincts at the end and picked something else randomly." Sylvester took a long breath and silently jumped down into the well. I need to find another way to fool him now. In an instant he was covered in wet mud, but he didn't complain and just dug. By the time he was done, he wasn't recognizable, but they didn't stop and went to dig the other 4 wells. The people of the village, meanwhile, watched them work. They had nothing but respect for the 4 foreign clergymen in their hearts, and when they saw the first bucket of water out of the well, their belief in faith and the church that was dwindling reaffirmed itself. Chants of solis and various hymns resounded on the streets, people humming and going around to work. Sylvester had tasked them to create walls around the wells to ensure nobody fell in. They spent the entire day working hard to improve the people's lives, even fixing the people's homes, fixing the dirt roads, and, above all, repairing the monastery. The village didn't have any wizards or knights living in, and the archpriest was too old, so Sylvester and the team were the once-in-a-decade miracles to the Fallshoot village. That night, the villagers tried their best to organize a little feast for them in the monastery to show gratitude. They made milk porridge thanks to a few cows and some roasted vegetables. The meat was a luxury, however, and none had it. "Thank you, big brother." Then, all of a sudden, a young, thin boy around 13 walked to Sylvester and bowed his head tearfully. It didn't take Sylvester much to recognize him. "You must be his younger brother, Morris. Come, sit with me and eat." Since they were eating on the floor of the monastery on a carpet, he moved a little. Morris embarrassingly sat down. Felix was always happy to be a big brother, so he patted Morris' shoulder and spoke frankly. "Morris, do you have talent in wizardry or martial arts?" The brown-haired boy, a replica of Marcus, nodded meekly. "I was tested when I reached the age of 8 years, but it's just Black Knight." Sylvester handed him a plate with food. "That's still something. It's better to be a Black Knight than being nothing. You should get trained at the kingdom's magic and knights school." "I got no money, and what you gave will be used to move out," Morris replied. At that instantly, a chubby little white furry hand popped out beside Sylvester's head, showing a thumbs up. Sylvester chuckled and offered, "I will pay for your education. And I know people who can get you the best deal for land purchase. Don't worry, kiddo. You're not alone, you have 3 brothers," Felix blurted. Morris silently nodded and ate, but he felt like crying. Thank you, I will pay you back." Gabriel scoffed and put more food on the malnourished boy's plate. "Nonsense, we got 2 rich fat lords here. They don't need the money back." Felix just looked at Sylvester then. Yeah, this reminds me. How do you have so much money, brother? In an instant, Sylvester and Murad's ears stood up. But Sylvester didn't need to answer, as he looked away and called old Archpriest Norin, who finally had a smile on his face. Archpriest, I talked to you about growing vegetables. I think I know how to make the soil good for it, but I will need something from villagers. The Archpriest beamed with joy. Anything you say, Lord Bard, what may you need? Yes, just say it, Lord Bard. I will do anything. Name it, holy clergyman. The people serving them food also chirped. So Sylvester folded his arms and seriously looked at their faces before sternly replying. I need you all to collect poop. Chapter 100. Rise, rise, rise. Poop, you mean shit? Sylvester nodded. Yes, your poop. Let me tell you, it's very magical. My poop has magic, a commoner suddenly exclaimed, angered. Why don't I have magic then? Felix face-palmed. I'm sure Priest Sylvester was speaking metaphorically here, and why are you feeling jealous of your poop? Why are we talking about poop? Another commoner inquired. It felt as if he was teaching integration to a bunch of apes. Sylvester sighed tiredly, reminding himself that he was dealing with commoners. These people didn't have access to education, and even being able to read or write was a major thing among them. I must use the most basic term to teach them. Do you know why and how trees grow in the wild? Why do they keep growing even after we keep chopping down the forests? There were question marks all over their faces. Of course, they knew trees grow from seeds, but who plants the new seeds? It's the animals. They eat fruits and seeds of other plants, then they travel around and poop, and then from that poop grows trees. The poop actually acts as nutrition for the seed. All right, let me ask you another question. Why is the land near Snake River more green and fertile than here? The people tried to think about it and came up with some stupid reasons. The land is more blessed. The rays of Solis are brighter there. Fishy. Sylvester raised his voice. No, wrong. Well, the fish one is somewhat correct, but mainly it's because the river's flow is eternal and the flow brings new mud. And whenever floods occur, the plains beside the river get deposited with new nutritious soil, very fertile. That nutritious soil is somewhat similar to what we poop. The only difference is that one is natural and the other comes from us. He ended up teaching them, believing it was enough to make them agree. So, all you must do is store your and your cattle's poop for at least half a year in a dry pit. Then spread it over your farm field and reap the fine crops. Understand this, your soil is nearly dead, so this is the only way for you to grow something to sustain. But you can never grow enough to earn money, so you people need to find something else that you can sell. You have Desert Road by the grace of Solis, one of the most important roads in the east side, so use it. /n. Crop rotation exists already, so Sylvester did not suggest that. Sylvester tried to help these poor people from the bottom of his heart. It was genuine goodwill as the village belonged to Marcus, and if he could help them, he'd earn their undying loyalty. This is possible. Amazing, we never knew they teach this at Holy Land now, the archpriest muttered. Gabriel was quick to deny it. They don't. It's just Priest Sylvester whose brain works a bit differently. Of course, Archpriest Norin added. Solis graced Priest Sylvester, and perhaps this knowledge is also parted by Solis. One of the villagers then asked, How do we do it, priest? We poop in a pot and put it in the pit daily. No. I will make one wooden commode to show you tomorrow before leaving. It's called a composting toilet. You shall understand once you see it. But for now, I believe it's already late and we should rest. Sir Dalorum will be returning tomorrow with the supplies, so be prepared to work hard from early tomorrow morning. He ordered the men and stood up to head to sleep on the terrace. Thank you for your work. The people quickly started leaving after thanking the three boys. After that, they made their night prayers in the monasteries and went to bed. Sylvester, however, wondered a few things about his own future and his effect on the world. What technologies are safe to introduce in this world? Gunpowder is useless since magic exists, and making anything complex like a steam engine is a waste of time. But what about the little things? Water mills, water hammers, steam power manufacturing machinery, Gutenberg printing press, or water pipeline system. He certainly had the expertise in making many things due to his complex background. But again, the bigger question was, who should I make it for? The church? Why would I do that? It appeared he still had not decided what path to take. Although he had let go of the foolish dream of retiring and living in peace, he didn't wish to participate in the church too much and instead wanted to stay away as far as possible. Memoirs of Sir Edric Dalorum. 16 years. I've seen Sylvester grow from a little big baby to a big man now, and he's still growing. I am truly blessed to witness his rise, but still, I see doubts in his eyes. But what shocks me is that I don't remember ever seeing him cry, not even during his childhood. He is mentally and physically meant to sit at the top, but it's wishful thought to expect him to strive for that. Albeit I made a vow to him years ago and I shall never break it. 16 years, my little Nicholas would have been this big too, but I've got no regrets, for the Lord blessed me with a son, even if not by blood. May your light keep enlightening us. Sir Dalorum closed his diary and looked around at the vast flat lands. Sir, what will you do with so much food and grains? Is there a feast? The owner of the small convoy of 5 trade carriages asked as they turned to the side roads leading to the barren village. No, it is for the unfortunate, punished by nature and their lord. Do you not travel into this region often? Sir Dalorum inquired. The middle-aged trader rubbed his bald head with a hint of fear in his eyes. What's there to hide from you? We used to have a lot of trade with the Sphinx town beside the desert road. But ever since that deadly miasma took over the nearby mountains and that disease infestation in that town, we traders have stopped going that way altogether. There is nothing south anymore, as even the Sorrow Kingdom is facing war for its existence. Sir Dalorum nodded and fell silent, as their eventual destination was Sphinx Town, their mission. Unfortunately, the report only mentioned that the people of the town are getting possessed too much. So hearing about toxic miasma was new and dangerous. It seems we will need to plan before going there. What? All right, you see this little wooden shed I built. This part is the seat on which you shall sit and do the deed. Then your waste will go down through that hole onto the back of the sealed removable cart I've placed down below. Then, you empty that cart every few weeks into the pit we dug outside the village. As for avoiding odor, I've placed a rope mechanism which shuts and opens the hole. Remember to use that when you're done with the deed. Then after 6 months, you spread the fertilizer from the pit on the cultivation field and grow vegetables, grains, and such. Understood. Sylvester, Felix, and Gabriel finally ended their day's work and appeared all sweaty. They had created the composting toilet and the pit with a shed over it to avoid rain falling into it. Now they were finally ready to head out. One villager asked Sylvester, "Priest, will women use the same T2 toilet?" Sylvester nodded. "Don't they excrete waste as you do? That's the reason why these toilets are designed with a lockable door. Now, since you all number nearly 3,000, I reckon there will be at least one such toilet for every 50 people. Take your time. No need to hurry, but remember, the more you collect, the bigger the field you shall cultivate." What if nothing grows? Another man questioned. Something will, eventually, Sylvester thought, but he needed to give some assurity. Then I will organize for all of you to move to the east and settle in a better, greener land. Loud murmurs took over the crowd as they felt pretty shocked because it was rare that any man with power would do so much for nobodies. But at the same time, they couldn't bring themselves to say Sylvester was lying because he gave them everything he had promised the next day. The archpriest bowed his head to Sylvester with respect. Then you shall have our forever gratitude, priests. To be fairly honest, people here were losing faith in Solis, so thank you for reminding them of their roots. I believe I still have a few years of life left, so if someday you need any help, anything that we can do, don't hesitate to ask, Archpriest added. Sylvester, Felix, and Gabriel proudly looked people in the eyes and gave slight nods. Among them was Marcus' family as well, and they were wearing similar smiles. The three were going to move out to live near Gravel City in the east, adjacent to the Snake River and the capital, and the kingdom's blessed school of all arts, where Morris would study. So, ready to leave. By then, Sir Dalaram had also arrived with the carriage and horses, and let the caravan of traders go towards the monastery, where they would safely store the food and grains underground. Sylvester looked at the crowd, crying just a few days ago and now smiling like there was no tomorrow. Seeing them happy brought some joy to the three as well. He waved. I feel tired and sweaty, now only if there was water around here. Me too. Same. Some young boys from the crowd ran to the newly dug wells and brought 3 buckets full of water. Sylvester lifted it and poured it over his head, cleaning his body and drenching his clothes, giving the much-needed cooling. However, Muraj was angry and softly nibbled on Sylvester's ear for this transgression. Felix and Gabriel did the same and felt refreshed. Above all, this made the villagers happy, as they saw 3 young and powerful men being as simple as them. Maybe a little, they felt the world was not as shitty anymore. With that, Sylvester turned around and mounted his carriage, followed by Felix taking his seat beside him and Gabriel mounting his mare. People of Falshoot Village, Sylvester boomed as the carriage slowly started to move. Take the name of Solis and never lose hope. Felix added, no matter how bleak the days go, you must cope. Gabriel also chimed in, for hope shall appear, sometimes like a thin rope. Sir Dalaram was not a clergyman, so Sylvester finished. I tell this with the blessing of the Pope. If there comes another vile lord to make trouble, you are free to step over them like a little pebble. So long, people of Falshoot, may the holy light enlighten your paths and maintain your laughs. Amen, Felix and Gabriel boomed. Then, with a light whip, they moved out at speed to their final destination of Sphinx Town, where awaits them tests of both body and mind. Only time would tell what the Lord has designed. Somewhere. O the mighty dead, rise for the ashes of those gone, see the light of the Lord and serve as my faithful pawn, rise, 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 be my enemy's demise, Haya. A strange rune scheme shone brightly on the land at night. Under the bright moonlight, the dead rose in delight, for a man wished to win a fight. Rise, rise, rise. And the dead came to life.